Nemico.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for again stopping back over here at the Nemico Network for our ongoing coverage of the war in the Middle East. We have a whole bunch of news that we're going to be going through today. We start out this evening. Again, we are once again looking at the skies above Beirut here this evening. We also have, give me 1 second here, let me disable that. We also have, we got 3 separate feeds coming out of Beirut today. There was quite a few strikes there over the course of the last 12 hours or so. Again, we have 3 separate feeds there, 3 separate angles coming out of Beirut. We also have our live feed coming out of Tel Aviv. We also have a live feed coming out of Jerusalem as well today. But we got a whole bunch of news to go over tonight. I'm just getting started here, getting a couple things together here before we start going through all of the reports that we have to go through. Big shout out real quick to let me see here, Bathroom Bobby, and let me see here. There was a couple. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Bathroom Bobby, and there was another one as well. I don't see the other name though. But to the 2 subscribers over on Twitch that just subscribed, thank you guys so much for again supporting the channel. Thank you. Miss Tiger Eye, good to see you. Tuning in to the stream. William Russell, good to see you. BPI, good to see you. The Becca, good to see you. Lead Farmer. Kelbale, good to see you. Thank you for waiting. Yeah, it took me a couple minutes there just to get my mic situated there so that we could start the stream here today. Let me go ahead and update these cameras really quick, and I'm going to also get our audio feeds working as well here. Get our volumes all situated. There we go. Yeah, I have to update these cameras every once in a while when I have the window out of focus here. They tend to get behind by a couple seconds, but I'll go ahead and... Oh, there's some sirens in Tel Aviv there. Some emergency vehicles, not air raid sirens. Speaking of air raid sirens, we have our air raid map open again this evening. We'll be keeping an eye on any, again, alerts that come through for Israel in that region there. And of course, we have our flight radar up as well. We're monitoring some aircraft here tonight. Actually, let me bump that down just a touch. Just a little bit there. And of course, we're running ADSB as well. We got 2 drones in the air tonight. One over Kuwait, and one off the coast of Lebanon here, which I believe again is an RAF drone. I'm not sure if that one is on. Yep, it is on flight radar. Again, it's that MQ-9B protector. Again, we've seen that kind of hovering off the coast of Cyprus the past few days there. So again, we'll be looking at aircraft and all that this evening. I also have, in fact, I forgot to get it up here. Let me get that up on screen. We have our maritime map as well, our marine traffic map. We'll be taking a look at that situation down in the Strait of Hormuz. Again, a pretty dire situation here when it comes to the flow of goods and most importantly oil through the strait there. When this all kicked off earlier last week, again we're on day 9. This is day 9 of this conflict here. When this kicked off on the 27th, I'm just gonna kind of put this into perspective here for you guys. We'll back it out to a month. So. Sorry, the 28th. When this all kicked off on the 28th, the price of gas was about $69 a barrel, and we are now up to we're sitting pretty at right around $91.27 a barrel, which again has been fluctuating quite a lot today. I think the high was around $91.50. Again, it's estimated that this price per barrel is going to be up at around $100 a barrel by the end of this coming week here. Again, today's Sunday, again the 8th of March. Probably by the end of this coming week, this price is going to be up at $100 a barrel, if not higher. So again, that's something that we're going to be looking into tonight. I'll be showing you kind of what's going on here in the Strait of Hormuz. We've had a couple developments down there that I'll get to later on this evening. We have had quite a few updates since I was last live. I know I didn't go live last night. After our previous stream, I spent a good 12 to 14 hours, give or take, overhauling our Discord server along with working on a couple videos and kind of reworking a lot of the systems behind the scenes here, implementing some fixes that have been, kind of a long time in the works here. Bath and Bobby says, I purchased one and gifted one. Well, thank you so much for that, Bath and Bobby. I appreciate it. J-Balls, good to see you. Larasage, good to see you. Says hello from Sweden. Good to see a Swede tuning in this evening to the stream. Good to see you. Shazzer, good to see you. Cherry Cola, good to see you. William Russell, good to see you. Saro Centauri says, just saw the poll. I'm very much of the belief boots on the ground is a real possibility, even though it would be a logistical nightmare to deal with. Yeah, for those that don't know, I am running a poll this evening. This whole boots on the ground thing seems to be just what everybody's talking about over the past 12 to 24 hours here. So I'm running a poll this evening, and the poll's question tonight, and again, this isn't the live chat over on the YouTube stream. Tonight's live chat question is, do you think the possibility of U.S. boots on the ground in Iran has grown? All right. Go ahead and cast your vote in that live chat, and then later in the stream we will end it off and take a look at what the results are. But if you're just tuning in tonight, tuning in to the stream, if you could do me a favor and go down and hit the like button below the stream on YouTube there, that would be much appreciated. Again, it helps get this news information out to more people that may need to kind of get filled in on what's going on here. Kimberly, good to see you. So you guys are having a debate in the chat there about the school in Iran. I think I have a few updates, if I'm not mistaken, in my feed from that today. I'll be hitting on those at least at some point during the stream today. We have 2 Kimberlys, actually. We got Kimberly Campbell, and we got also Kimberly in the Wild. Good to see you as well. Says, hello, Nemico and everyone. I'm driving, so just listening right now, but I'll be in chat in a few minutes. Well, safe drive. Don't pay too much attention to the stream. You don't want to Getting a car accident there. Doug Wilson, good to see you tuning in, as always. Let me see who else here. Who else we got? Vicky. Vicky, good to see you. Says, watching from the UK. Digit, good to see you. Again, big shout out to the mods tuning into the chat tonight. I just saw some tracer fire going into the sky there on our Beirut feed. But yeah, big shout out to our mods holding down the fort over both on the Discord, the Twitch, and the YouTube. Speaking of which, for those that don't know, we do dual stream both to Twitch and YouTube. We are live currently on both platforms. So if you don't like one, you can always jump over to the other. Bubba, good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, for those that don't know, for those of you that are in the Discord server, I just, again, overhauled the entire Discord server, and I'm not done yet. There's still a few more things I got to implement, a few more things I got to change over there, and I'll be putting a post out. I was going to finish that up yesterday, but ended up getting sidetracked on another project. But I'm about to be finishing that up. I'll be putting kind of a post out going over all of the new details over there on the changes that have been implemented over there, I should say. But we have a whole bunch of new channels. I have a whole bunch of we have a whole category basically dedicated to the Middle East conflict now, with individual OSINT channels for each topic. There's also a speculation channel over there. So again, guys, for those that are on the Discord, go ahead and familiarize yourself with some of those new channels, and start getting some content and some discussion going in those. We'll be probably featuring some of the stuff that's posted in those channels here on the streams, again, in the coming days, possibly even today. I know we'll be going to our situation room later, and I'll be, again, taking a look at some of the community aggregated news posts that are over there, some of the reports that you guys have aggregated, some of the videos and other types of content, again, relating to the Middle East conflict there. We'll be getting those up on stream here and checking out what you guys have contributed. Chuck, good to see you. Says they instantly raise gas prices and slow to lower back down. Yeah, so what's interesting is where I'm at here, again, I think the last time I commented on what the fuel prices were looking like near me, it was like $2.49 or $2.7. It was $2.79. That's what it was. It's now over $3 a gallon where we are in the central U.S. here. I know a lot of people are, I think, seeing $3 or more from what I've heard. Ranch, good to see you. Patrick, good to see you. Says greetings from Germany. Good to see you tuning in tonight from Germany. Let's see here, who else? Only Angie, good to see you tuning in. Beagle Boy, good to see you. Doom Pie, good to see you tuning back in. It's been a while since I heard that name. Long-time viewer. Johnsy, good to see you. Says, will you live stream from Iran or Israel personally? I would. Again, if we had funding to do that, if I had funding to do that, I would be on the ground right now. Maybe not in Iran, unless I had some kind of security guarantee there. I don't know how we could get into Iran. It'd be a little tricky, but most definitely from some of the Gulf nations or Israel. Again, that's the future goal here, is to again reach that point where we can do some on the ground reporting from some of these areas. Lee Fuller says, I'm here watching from the UK. Good to see you, Lee. Good to see you. Urkel, good to see you. Ranch, good to see you tuning in. Again, guys, we're just getting started here. I'm just getting everything together here in the background, and we're going to start going through some of our reporting here from our feed in just a few moments. Again, just kind of giving some shout-outs to some of the people tuning in here. Hugo, good to see you. It's been a while since I've seen you, Hugo. Miss Chris, good to see you. Yeah, lots of new updates in the Discord server. We have a lot of new stuff over there. And there's a pretty robust system that I'm using now for, again, kind of managing the Discord and kind of integrating it, I should say, with the reporting that we're doing in these streams. some of the same technology that I'm using to kind of automate these streams and aggregate open source intelligence data and analyze it is now going to be used in the Discord as well. So things like highlighting, high threat areas, highlighting conflict zones and stuff like that. That's going to be, again, kind of integrated here into the Discord. Give me 1 second here. LD429, good to see you. Says, good afternoon, Nemico. Good afternoon to you as well, LD429. Good to see you. 9mm, good to see you. He says, I'm in West Michigan here. It's about $3.79 a gallon. Jeez. Miss Chris says, got gas in Massachusetts today, about $3.29. My Doused says, about $1.08 in Alberta. That's surprising. That's really surprising. Rule says San Francisco, $6 plus. I mean, I guess it is San Francisco. 406 Mike says, so wrong, we don't get oil from Iran. Becca says, holy crap, mine went up $1. I don't know if you guys remember during the Ukraine war, we did we had like a what did we call it? I forgot what we called it. It was like the gas prices rodeo or something like that we did during the streams, where we'd all go in the chat and sound off as to what our gas prices were looking like. I'm gonna have to start doing that again here. Yeah, they're saying it's gonna be about $100 a barrel by the end of this week. Some analysis I was reading earlier said it could reach $100 possibly within the next few days here. Again, we're sitting at about $91 currently, $91.27. Again, markets open up tomorrow, and we're waiting to see what the markets are going to do, again, when they open up tomorrow. But it's possible that it could hit $100 a barrel much sooner than that. Blizz, good to see you. Good to see you tuning in. Trying to get caught up in the chat here. We got a lot coming in today. To John Tario, good to see you. Says, sending troops into Iran would just turn into a big mess in another Afghanistan. That seems to be the common assessment there. We got a plane moving into Beirut, which is not on the radar. And it's not that drone. That drone's too far off the coast to be that bright there. But if I go back to that feed, clearly have a plane moving into the airport there at Beirut International currently. It's interesting. I've noticed they've been turning off their transponders as they come into Lebanon over the past couple days. Joe, too. Good to see you. Says up 49 cents in Texas and climbing. That is no bueno. That is no good. Offspring, good to see you. Checking in from Rucker, Alabama. How's the weather down there in Alabama? Digit says, head over to Richmond, still in the $4. Yeah, that is, that's pretty expensive. Again, we're at like, I think just at $3 here. Sylvia, good to see you. Hello from the Netherlands. That's pretty cool. Kelbell, good to see you. Shiloh, good to see you. Oobs, good to see you. Ponicus, good to see you tuning in the Twitch chat there. Holding down the fort over there over on Twitch. Too Easy, good to see you tuning in. It says up to $2.10 a liter from out $1.50 a liter in just a few days in Perth. So again, it does seem that it's rising not just here in the States, but again globally, which again you would expect. Adam, good to see you. Says White House refuses to rule out a military draft. Yeah, I've been hearing some whisperings about that over the past few hours here. Some people were mentioning that in a few of the chat channels that I'm in, talking about a few tweets. Haven't heard anything. I mean, of course, they'll never rule out a draft for anything, but I don't think a draft is going to happen here. I think we're quite a ways off from that. Randomness, good to see us. Says 311 in Kentucky. Ponicus says, that's absolutely ridiculous. Better not put boots on the ground without congressional approval. But since when has Trump cared about the Constitution? So yeah, again, my assessment stays the same. Again, that I don't believe a major boots on the ground operation is going to happen, at least right now. But I do still think, again, in some capacity, boots on the ground. If we are to fully oust the IRGC, right? Boots on the ground in some capacity will be needed, right? Not necessarily a full boots on the ground invasion of Iran, but possibly, again, and this is kind of what I've said over the past few weeks here, in a very limited capacity, possibly supporting another element, something like the Kurds moving in. Again, possibly special operations units, or again, like a small contingent force might be necessary. Again, in order to support something like the Kurds operating within Iran. Possibly, we might be looking at like a few FOBs, along the coastline there, near the Strait of Hormuz. There's a few possibilities there, but I stand by my earlier assessment that I don't think a major boots-on-the-ground offensive will occur, if any boots on the ground. This comes right as we're learning from CENTCOM today that another soldier, so 7 U.S. soldiers have perished in this conflict so far. The 7th, again, he was one of the original 6, original 7. He was a part of that other 6 that, again, were victim to that March 1st attack by Iran. And again, he has succumbed to his injuries from that March 1st attack. So it's not like a separate situation here. It's that same attack that occurred on the 1st of March, and he, again, succumbed to his injuries. So again, I think the big feeling in the White House, the big feeling in Washington here is that they can't afford really to put boots on the ground at the moment, right? If they want to, continue at the slim margin of approval that they have for this war here in the States, politically, they need to avoid as many service members from being killed as possible. And again, first of all, putting boots on the ground in a very large capacity would, completely wreck the current administration politically. That definitely would not be taken over too well, not only by other officials in Washington, but by the American people, obviously, right? So, and again, even a small contingent force right now would also kind of have that same effect. So I think they're going to try, as long as possible at least, to avoid that. And again, just continue the air campaign, which they have undertaken here. Rugis, good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, so, it says they have the video of the bomb guy in Oslo embassy bombing last night. I had heard about that. Speaking of videos, though, I have a whole bunch of videos we're going to be going through today. A whole bunch of images as well out of the Middle East. William Russell says it's still all speculative. U.S. has plenty of oil. See, that's the thing. I mean, a lot of the price fluctuation we're seeing with oil prices right now is speculative. I mean, of course, the Strait of Hormuz is not operating at capacity right now in any stretch of the imagination. In fact, one could argue it's barely operating at all. There's a ship or two that is slipping through, but as you can see right now, I mean, we still have these clusters of ships that are still kind of hanging around and kind of waiting to see what happens next here. We're still waiting on more information about this insurance. I think there was a couple reports that came out today talking about that. But again, about this insurance that's going to be provided to some of these freighters to get them moving through the strait there, possibly a naval escort for these ships as they transit through the strait. We're still waiting to hear about that. So right now you just got all of these oil tankers and shipping cargo ships are just kind of clustering up in the strait and just kind of waiting things out. Some of them have gone back to port too. But you see these clusters everywhere. They're just kind of grouping up and, again, waiting this out. And again, as I said before, kind of safety in numbers. But, yeah, a lot of that fluctuation in oil price has been speculative so far. We will, however, start to see the real effects of this in the coming week or two. Because, again, if that strait stays closed like this, or hindered like this, I should say, for much longer, that will, I guarantee, have, effects. And Washington knows this, so they're trying to get something figured out as quickly as possible here. Offspring, good to see you. Ads 13, good to see you. $5.30 for premium gas in LA. Holy cow. Yeah, that is definitely, that is pretty high. Adam says it's about $3.29 in Central Ohio. BLJG 8987, good to see you. $3.39 in Northwest New Mexico. Had to decode that one there for a second. Sam Hader says hello from the UK. Good to see you, Sam. Again, guys, we're just getting started here. I'm about to start going through our reports for this evening. Just getting a couple things together here and simultaneously saying hello to everybody. Gafford's, good to see you. J-Balls asked a really great question. He says, do we have a list of countries officially involved in all of this? I know many said they would join. Yes, and I'll be going through that this evening, so stay tuned for that. We'll be looking at everybody that's involved right now. There's been a couple new major developments there, which I'll get to here shortly. To John Taro says, slightly off topic, but do you think it's a bad idea to host a UFC event on the White House lawn when USA is at war with a known funder of terrorism? Seems like an invitation for danger. One Zencic, not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, says, President Trump has to protect that the U.S. will do whatever is necessary, even if boots on the ground. Ron already knows Trump isn't Obama or Biden. Good point there, good point. Kathy says, hey, Nemico. Hey to you, Kathy. Good to see you. Tom DeRippa, good to see you. Oobs, good to see you. Shameless Senpai, good to see you. It's been a while since I've seen that name. Gas is about $3.39 in Philly. All right, so we're going to get started here. We're going to start going through our open source intelligence updates here coming from our feed on X. Again, this is x.com/Nemico Network. Before I start on this, for those that don't know, we do have a Discord server. It's free to join. Just did a whole bunch of updates and overhauls there. Again, we've had this server since, I believe, 2015. Or at least I've been running the Nemico Discord server since about 2015. I believe we did, at one point, prior to 2020, make a new one. Hold on 1 second here, guys. Yeah, it was 2015. Because I remember we were an early adopter there on Discord. I believe we got our first server only about a month or two after the platform went live. But this server has been around for quite a long time. We've built up a really good community over there of people. And again, we have a whole bunch of really useful channels and information. And it's a great place to get analysis and updates on what's going on in the Middle East right now. And also you can join in on the community discussion over there. We'll drop a link in the live chat. There we go. There it is. And for those who don't know, again, we are on X, x.com/Nemico Network. I post 24/7 open source intelligence updates over here. again, that are aggregated from multiple OSINT sources from across the web. Give me 1 second here, guys. Give me 1 moment. All right, so we're going to go ahead. Speaking of the Discord real quick, guys. Speaking of the Discord, if you have open source intelligence of any type, so say you see a report somewhere, you see a tweet, you see a video come out, an image, you see an aircraft that you want us to take a look at, anything like that, any type of indicator, any type of report, any type of post, whatever, post in the Discord. There's many different channels for it. You can even feel free to drop like an @mention for me, so that I see the message, and I will take a look at it, and we might even get it up here on stream. If you have like tweets or any kind of posts or any kind of, again, major reports or anything like that, post them in the Situation Room. Again, the Situation Room is the spot for that. I monitor that the entire time I'm doing these streams. And if you post something over there, I'll most likely, give you a shout out, and we'll get it up here on stream, and we'll take a look at it. Unless it's something that we've already looked at, of course. But if you see something that we haven't maybe looked at yet, again, post it in there. We'll get it on screen. We'll take a look at it. Again, try to do your due diligence as much as possible with, fact-checking stuff before you post it over there in the Situation Room. However, again, we'll kind of do a second layer of checking on it, just to make sure we're, again, getting you guys the full picture here and showing you legitimate, authenticated content here and data. All right, let me see. Where was I here? All right, so I think we have everything we need here. Let me see. Random Krieger, good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're not working too hard over there, Krieger. Again, we're just going live here, and I'm definitely going to need somebody keeping an eye on the radar here. Again, this is a community effort. I've talked about this the past couple nights, but this is a community effort. So, as we're doing these streams, if your thing is tracking aircraft, keep an eye on the skies. On platforms like Flight Radar 24, on ADSB. If you see an aircraft, or a call sign or something come up, that we haven't spotted yet, or that looks interesting, let us know in the live chat. Let us know in the Discord. We'll take a look at it. Same goes for, like, say, marine traffic. Same goes for WebSDR. Say you're checking NASA firms and you see a fire that popped up somewhere. Let us know about it. Sometimes we need help geolocating stuff. You see a video or an image that I talk about here and it hasn't been geolocated yet, feel free to geolocate it. Translations, that's another big one as well. So again, this is a community effort, again, that we're doing here. So feel free to drop stuff in the live chat, drop stuff in the Discord, etc. All right, we're going to start going through our open source intelligence feed here and kind of getting you guys caught up on the last 8 to 12 hours, give or take, of what's been going on across the Middle East. Without further ado, I know I've been rambling a little bit here, as I like to do when we start these streams. So I'll start by giving our feed a little bit of a refresh there, and then I'm going to open up a secondary tab so we can occasionally switch over and look at the new stuff that's coming in. This is now, by the way, this feed is now built into a dedicated channel in the Discord server. It's the OSINT-feed channel that is underneath the news category. And I have a few other of these automated feeds in a few different channels for the different categories for like the Middle East, etc. All right, so again, we're going to start here. Again, for those that are just joining us, we're just starting to go through our reporting here on our X feed. Make sure you drop a vote in the live chat poll. We're getting up there at the moment. I'm going to end that off here in just a little while. If you haven't voted yet, go ahead and vote and hit the like button as well so we can get this reporting out to more people. All right, so 5 minutes ago, the president of the UAE and President Trump speak by phone on Iranian attacks. So they are currently, again, having a little bit of a phone call over there, discussing, again, some of these Iranian attacks. Iranian drones hit a Bahrain desalination plant, causing material damage, says Bahraini Interior Ministry. That was 10 minutes ago. The Iranian president called Azerbaijani president, claiming that Iran had no connection, and I quote, no connection to the drone that struck the airport on Thursday morning. So again, tensions have been a little bit increased over there in Azerbaijan. Again, with them even saying that they were going to get involved here in striking Iran. Iran is kind of starting to do some damage control there, see if they can avoid another country getting involved against them here. And I have more to talk about that whole involvement from other entities here, other countries here, again, as we go through tonight's reports. 15 minutes ago, Lebanese president hints at possible talks with Israel to ease the crisis. So again, more damage control being done there. 20 minutes ago, Russia and the UAE call for an end to attacks on Iran and Gulf states, urging a return to diplomacy to ensure long-term regional security. Again, that's coming from the Russian Foreign Ministry. It says, this is real. Russia wants everyone to return to diplomacy. Of course they do. So Russia, again, they don't want this situation in Iran to continue. A, for their economics, and B, because it's, again, Iran is a strategic partner for them. They don't want to lose that strategic partner that has been providing them so many Shahed drones over the past few years. But there's a lot of other reasons as well. Economics is a big one, too. Again, believe it or not, this does affect Russia's economy in just the same way that it affects every other economy on the planet right now. Again, this is going to have ripple effects across the globe if this continues on. But again, strategically, Iran is a major partner for Russia, right? So you can see them, they're very desperate. Both Russia and China are pretty desperate, again, to resolve this situation as quickly as possible. 20 minutes ago, from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, quote, an interception and destruction of a ballistic missile launched towards Prince Sultan Air Base. That was reported 20 minutes ago. I thought I had a couple images that came in a few minutes ago of that, but they were for a different situation that had been mislabeled. We're hoping to get some images from, again, that air base there. I believe there might have been a video circling around of that interception taking place. I'll get that up on screen if we get anything for that. Again, 20 minutes ago, Saudi Arabia under ballistic attack from Iran. Ballistic attack. This came probably from OSINT Defender. That's not my typo there. Just thought I'd put that out there. 36 minutes ago. This is not an Iran post. This is a Venezuela post, but I thought this was very interesting, so I put it up here. Again, it says, U.S. This is coming from the U.S. Interior Secretary, Doug Burgum. On Friday, there was $100 million of gold that came from Venezuela to the United States. The people of Venezuela are going to be putting up a statue of Trump as a great liberator. End quote. President Trump on unconditioned surrender from Iran. Let's give this a listen.
Can you give us an idea of what?
Give me 1 second here. I got to switch my audio source. I just realized I didn't have it coming through. Got to have it coming through the headset here, so we're not getting double audio. All right, let's take a look here.
Can you give us an idea of what unconditional surrender looks like to you? I mean, what do you want from Iran?
I said unconditional, not conditional. I said unconditional. It's where they cry uncle, or when they can't fight any longer, there's nobody around to cry uncle. That could happen too, because we've wiped out their leadership numerous times already. So it's if they surrender, or if there is nobody around to surrender, but they're rendered useless in terms of military.
Can you give us an idea of what unconditional surrender looks like to you?
So again, there's that statement there from President Trump, kind of giving some clarification. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen, just reading a couple messages that some people sent over my way. Yeah, Urkel, yeah. I mean, a couple people didn't notice that, and they messaged me and said the feed wasn't working. I just moved it to a separate channel, backed by popular demand. So people wanted to keep the situation room just community aggregated stuff and have the automated stuff into a different channel. So that's what I did. That way we have a dedicated channel for the OSINT feed coming from X here. Again, this x.com/Nemico Network. We have a dedicated channel for that in the Discord now. And then the situation room is just for community aggregated stuff. So that, which again, that works better for me too, because when I am doing these streams, I can just pull community aggregated stuff from that channel and not have to scroll through all of the stuff that we've already gone through from this X feed here. So it definitely helps quite a bit. Next up, 47 minutes ago, an oil tanker off the coast of Oman has just been attacked. Again, more oil tankers getting attacked there in the Gulf of Oman. So again, you see these clusters here on the map. A lot of these tankers are just kind of hanging out in clusters. You see here, again, this is a oil chemical tanker. All these clusters are mostly tankers. LPG, this is a liquid gas tanker. Crude oil tanker. That's a speedboat there. You got an asphalt tanker there. Interesting. Multi-purpose offshore vessel. Seems to be a little bit of a congregation going on there. I was trying to get the geolocation for where that tanker was struck, so we can get that up on the map here. I'm still waiting to get some more information on that here. Hopefully I'll have that for you shortly. 1 hour ago, according to the NYPD, outside of Gracie Mansion at 11 o'clock, there was 2 protests. This comes right as there was a bomb threat today in New York. There was also a bomb threat in Kansas there in the United States at the I believe it was Kansas City airport, if I'm not mistaken. So 2 separate bomb threats today, which are a little suspicious there. I posted about those over here on the feed. I'm sure we'll see them here shortly. 1 hour ago, according to a release from U.S. Central Command, a 7th U.S. service member has passed away after sustaining serious injuries during Iran's initial attacks on the U.S. bases and infrastructure in Saudi Arabia on March 1st. So again, they haven't released the identity yet of that soldier. I'll bring that to you as soon as we get that. But again, this is stems from that same incident which caused the death of those other 6 service members. Same attack. So again, the U.S. Transportation Secretary said the Kansas City airport security scare was over. They did resume flights at that airport there again. Still waiting to see if that had anything maybe terrorism related with it. Same with the New York one as well. I'm still waiting to get more information on that. But definitely a heightened, some heightened tensions, a heightened threat here in the U.S. Domestically here. In the homeland over the past day or so. 1 hour ago, this coming from Iran's parliament speaker, Tehran is not seeking a ceasefire and that aggressors must be punished. Again, the NYPD bomb squad is investigating a scene on 82nd Street and East End Avenue, about 6 blocks from Gracie Mansion on Manhattan's Upper East Side. Again, bomb scare there. They had the bomb squad out. I don't believe anything came of this yet, but again, we're waiting to get more information on that. Again, Iran's parliament speaker says, quote, "I say to our dear people that we are proceeding according to our plan and programs, and we are in control of the course of events." Okay, that's coming from that Iranian parliament speaker there. One second here. William Russell says the drone near Beirut is and has been a UK drone. Yes. So this drone, for those that don't know in the chat, they're confused. This drone here, again, it's a General Atomics MQ-9B protector. They've been running that off the coast of Cyprus there since that RFA base, Akrotiri, was attacked last week. They've also been running they've been running tankers as well. We got a C-17 Globemaster III actually hanging out here right now, which is pretty interesting. But they've been running fighter aircraft in and around the region, the British, I should say, as well as a refueler in order to sustain their aircraft that they have. again, operating around the region. They're operating mainly in a defensive capacity, intercepting any possible drones that might be coming from Lebanon or Iran. IDF has eliminated 5 more senior commanders in the IRGC Quds Force, Lebanon Corps, in a precise strike in Beirut. Again, that was about an hour ago here. Speaking of which, current time in Iran is 12:23 a.m. Current time in Israel is 10:53 a.m. So we're going to keep an eye on these Beirut feeds, which I need to update there. Let's get these updated real quick. Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on these Beirut feeds tonight, because I've heard some whisperings of possibly some other waves of strikes happening in Beirut. On our last stream that we did, there was nothing. Basically, we had 0 strikes. The other night we had to implement a strike counter, which is this up here in the top left corner there. We had that going again in our last stream. However, there was not one strike that occurred the entire night, so it was very interesting. This is coming from the Department of the Air Force. They're expanding their B-21 Raider production capacity by 25% to accelerate delivery of the next-generation stealth bomber and strengthen long-range strike. Again, you can see an image here on screen of that bomber aircraft there. 1 hour ago, a picture of a U.S. Air Force F-35A from the 495th Fighter Squadron Valkyries taking off from Jordan for an Iran mission here today. I actually have, let's do the split focus here so you guys can keep an eye on the feed, the video feed. I'm not sure if Sky is tuning in tonight. Sky, if you're here, give me a shout out in the chat. Let me know you're tuning in and that you're going to be quick on the draw with those clips tonight if we get anything. That's another thing you can help with, ladies and gentlemen, if you are following along at home. Especially if you're on Twitch, because Twitch has a very easy clip system where you can take clips of stuff that happen on stream. Again, if we see any explosions or anything happen on the live feeds, you can go ahead, feel free to clip them, and I'll feature those clips on the channel, on the Twitch channel, and possibly even use those in videos and or other streams, to show people stuff that happened again over the past week, etc. There's guys, there he is, he's tuning in. I had to scroll down to the Twitch chat. It was delayed a little bit. All right, so moving on. About an hour ago, this is coming from the Iranian parliament speaker. He says, quote, "We had a clear plan for this war, and over the past 10 days, we have been moving forward according to plan. All sectors had instructions, and the war is progressing according to the program." That's what the Iranians are saying. Miriam says, "I am not warming up to the F-35's look." I think the F-35 looks pretty cool. That B-21 Raider, though, I mean, from this side angle, it looks like a alien spacecraft or something. Really, really cool design that the B-21 has. Very interesting. One hour ago, this is coming from an Israeli official on Channel 14 News there in Israel. Quote, "Following the achievement of full freedom flight over the skies of Iran, operational air control has thereby been achieved across the entire Middle East." So again, Israel continuing to... This is not their first claim of that. They've been saying this like the past 5 days here. I've been seeing posts about like every day of them stating that they have full air control, again, over Iran. And here they're saying they have achieved full air superiority over the entire Middle East at this time. One hour ago, coming from the Grand Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani, one of the most influential Shiite clerics in the world, says he's issued a fatwa urging Muslims to take to the streets and public squares in demonstrations supporting Iran and the Islamic system. A member of Iran's Assembly of Experts says Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of the late supreme leader, which again is now deceased, has been chosen as his successor with, quote, "an overwhelming majority. The name of Khamenei will continue," he said in this statement. Again, I won't play that for you because it's It's in Farsi, I believe, anyway. Or again, it remains to be seen how that is going to change things. Having a new supreme leader in Iran. I've heard reports. 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. I've heard reports. That he is more, how should I say, more aggressive, more hostile than his father, the deceased supreme leader. I've heard reports that he did not want to be the supreme leader and that he took that position under great duress. Those were the initial reports that came out. And that he was very opposed to taking up the position. Again, it remains to be seen what's going to come of this, how this is going to change things here. It also remains to be seen how long he is going to survive. I think that goes without saying. One hour ago, the IDF strikes IRGC Air Force headquarters. The IDF has hit the IRGC Air Force headquarters, the central hub for Iran's missiles, UAVs, and air operations. The strike aims to dismantle Iran's ballistic missile network and disrupt its ability to coordinate attacks on Israel. You can see a video here, again, of them kind of outlining that location, again, for this strike. You gotta give it to the IDF. You know, one thing that I've noticed from the IDF that I have not noticed from the U.S. is they have like an entire VFX team. They have like an entire 3D modeling team that is working what seems to be like around the clock, making these animations with like full 3D animated geolocation. I mean, they got the buildings in there and everything. They got these little wireframe outlines for everything. It's very interesting stuff. But I've seen a lot of that. We've even seen some of that stuff being used to alert, like the citizens of Beirut, to evacuate certain areas. They were coming out with these very almost intricate maps with highlighting and these graphics and stuff that they've been putting out. The IDF has a very robust. You got to give them that. They have a very robust graphic design department at work here, and again, a lot of visual artists doing a lot of this stuff very rapidly because they're putting out a lot of these videos every day. Not seeing stuff like that from the U.S. We have seen quite a bit of memes from the U.S. though coming out of the White House, which I find pretty interesting. 1 hour ago, we are on day 9. Yes, day 9 of this operation taking place here in the Middle East. Again, there's been some conflicting reports going around here, you know, just how this is going and what direction it's going, etc. Again, it says here we are on day 9. Again, this is a repost from Scent Defender. Keep that in mind. I think the United States and Israel are doing quite well with their offensive. Let's see how things are on day 30. If I had to estimate, the Strait of Hormuz will be open by then. Again, we'll see. But this is in response to this message here. This is by a gentleman named Mario Naufal. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Verified here on Twitter. Says, okay, things changed in the last few hours, and it's not looking good for Trump. Here's why. Iran struck Gulf countries hard overnight. I was not expecting that. I can agree with that. I was not expecting that either. That comes right after Iran put out those statements, basically apologizing to Gulf nations. You know, basically they said two things. That one, those attacks that occurred were accidental due to kind of the chaos within their command structure in the initial days. And two, they said that they would not continue those attacks. What did we see last night? Multiple back-to-back attacks by Iran on these same Gulf countries constantly. So it's very interesting for them to immediately go back on their word like that. The New York Times just reported U.S. officials gave a closed-door briefing to Congress estimating Iran still retains half its ballistic missile program and even more of its drone capabilities. The Strait of Hormuz is still shut, and if Iran can sustain this for another 3 weeks, the global markets won't survive. Based on the New York Times report, they should easily be able to. Again, that's saying that Iran should easily be able to sustain again their ability to keep that strait closed and continue putting pressure on these Gulf states through attacks, etc. The Iranian regime has not collapsed, and the new leader seems even more radical. So again, this is one of those reports that saying this new leader is even crazier than the late supreme leader, as they're putting it. Apparently, the less radical alternatives the U.S. was eyeing to take power were accidentally killed in the early days of the war, saying likely by Israel. The U.S. has burned through 800-plus Patriot interceptors in 5 days at $4 million each, and even before this war started, the Pentagon only had a quarter of the interceptor stockpile it needs to defend all of its global commitments. The good news, the war may end sooner than what officials are saying. Trump will need an off-ramp as energy prices spike, munitions deplete, and the Gulf burns. And as I've said below, all Iran needs to win. All Iran needs to do to win is to survive long enough for the cost to become unbearable. So again, there's like kind of two sides of this story right now. There's two separate opinions that people seem to be having about this right now, and is that on the Western side of things, they're saying that the U.S. has plenty of munitions, interceptors aren't running low. Stocks of munitions aren't running low. We got infinite stocks of munitions. The war's going better than they had planned. We're ahead of schedule. Iran is going to, be crushed within the next few weeks here. Everything is going to be hunky-dory, right? And then you got this other side of the spectrum here that's saying, okay, the economics here just are not going to work out. Having that strait closed, for even a brief amount of time here is going to have major economic impacts. Interceptors are running low. Iran's still doing better than what the U.S. is saying. So again, those are kind of like the two sides of the spectrum here. On one side, they're saying, Iran is doing better than what is being broadcasted by the West, that they can last for a while here. They can, hold out. Then you have the other side of the spectrum here. And again, mainly coming from the U.S., they're saying, we've almost decimated their entire ballistic missile inventory and capability. We've decimated their ability to launch drones. We've decimated their command structure, their command and control nodes, etc. Right? So those are kind of like the two sides of the spectrum here that we got going on. So, again, remains to be seen how that's all going to unfold here in the coming weeks. We're in kind of a confusing time right now where we don't have enough data to fully determine, where the line really falls. Like, we don't have enough data to know exactly at what percentage capacity Iran's ballistic missiles, its launch capability, its ballistic missile capability, its drone capability, etc. We don't know where that's at. We also don't have enough data to estimate the same thing for the U.S. They've given conflicting reports. They're obviously not going to release concrete numbers on this, right? That's that goes without saying. Both sides aren't going to say that, right? Again, that's a given, right? On the other hand, we also don't have enough data to kind of fully estimate the full impact here that this strait closure is having. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of this oil fluctuation is speculative, right? A lot of what's going on in the markets right now is speculative, okay? So we also don't have enough data to know how the Gulf countries are handling this at a logistical level, right? Yet. We will in the coming days and weeks here, right? We don't have enough data right now to, A, show where we're at 100%, right, in a concrete picture. We don't have enough data to show what this is going to look like a couple weeks from now. There are many possibilities, all right, of what this could look like a couple weeks down the road from now. But we're in like this confusing time now, and everybody's just kind of giving their own opinion about it, right? And a lot of the facts are being kind of lost in the weeds. You know what I mean? There's all these heated debates. There's a lot of this back and forth rhetoric, both from officials and both from just everyday people, debating what's going on here. And so what this comes down to, for me at least, is kind of stressing the point that, people need to just slow the heck down, right? Smell the roses, so to speak, and just start looking at the data, okay? Start looking at the data. Start combing through, again, the OSINT. Start looking through the open source intelligence data. You know, there are ways that we can find, you know, concrete numbers, right, from the data that we have here now, right? And so far, I haven't seen too many people doing exactly that. We've been working on a couple things here on the channel over the past few days. I hope to have it. There's a video I'm working on right now over the next couple days. I'm going to be finishing that up, and I hope to get that out soon, and it might have some insights. But if you just slow down for a moment and you start looking at the data, you can start to get a better understanding of what's going on here, where things are going to head. There's still a very large lack, again, of data, of concrete, confirmed data, right? Probably sound like a broken record. I think I've said data 1,000 times here. But, again, I digress. You know, like, we won't really know what this is going to look like until... We won't know where this is going to head, at least for another couple days to a week here, I think, at this moment. Everything is definitely very speculative. And as the Beckafly in the live chat here says, everyone's lying. All sides are lying. That is true. And I mean, that's a given in any conflict. And I said this back in Ukraine, right? Anytime you have a war or a major conflict, there's going to be propaganda on both sides, all right? All sides are capable of... Propaganda is a tool of war, all right? Okay? Like, if you think, you know, that one side is always, you know... If one side's good, right, that they're not going to be using propaganda as a tool for warfare and to sway public opinion, then you're just blind, all right? All sides use propaganda in wartime. It's a tool. It's a weapon, all right? It's a weapon as much as those Tomahawk land attack missiles, as much as those Tomahawk land attack missiles are a weapon, propaganda is a weapon within itself, all right? Okay? And information warfare is a huge, huge part of modern conflicts, of modern warfare, all right? And that's we're seeing the same thing here with the United States. We're seeing the same thing with Iran, okay? So don't for a second think, you know, that the U.S. is giving you, you know, concrete, 100% accurate numbers and statistics about, or even, you know, accurate assessments of what's going on the ground. Of course, they're gonna inflate some things, right? I would give them more credit, probably, than the Iranians, all right? A little more, okay? The Iranians have a worse track record with this sort of thing. Of course, the U.S. isn't all, you know, flowers and sunshine, though, when it comes to, again, giving legitimate 100%, you know, they're, you know, giving the facts, giving the, you know, the truth every step of the way. They are going to skew numbers. They're going to skew things, again, to help sway public opinion more in the favor of the war. That's a given, right? That happens all the time. And as I said, we saw the same thing with Ukraine and Russia, all right? You as an observer, right, you as an analyst, right, you need to be able to kind of cut down the middle of the bullshit and, again, just look at the data and try to make your own assessments, your own assumptions, so to speak, right? Yeah, it's complicated. But moving on here, enough with the rambling. 2 hours ago, Macron spoke with the Iranian president. He says, quote, "Stop your attacks on neighboring countries." And I can't reiterate this enough, that this comes literally right after the IRGC put out that whole statement to all the Gulf countries apologizing for these attacks that they've been committing, saying that it was an accident and that it was because of chaos within their command, you know, their command structure during the initial days, the initial assaults by the U.S. and Israel, you know, that they accidentally lashed out and attacked these countries and they weren't going to do it again unless they were attacked, etc. Literally a day later, they're attacking all of these Gulf nations. I find that very funny. 2 hours ago, overnight, the IDF says it carried out a strike targeting senior IRGC commanders after Lebanese media reported 4 people were killed in a strike on a hotel in Beirut. Again, let me read that again for you. Overnight, the IDF says it carried out a strike targeting senior IRGC commanders after Lebanese media reported 4 people killed in a strike on a hotel in Beirut. According to the military, the targets were members of the IRGC Quds Force in Lebanon there. Again, this is interesting because it tells you two things. This tells you two things. One, there are senior IRGC commanders still in Beirut at this very moment in time. No doubt, besides these, 4 that were killed here, there are most likely more there, right? And again, they are there, right, operating with Hezbollah, all right, in Beirut, still at this time. And that goes to show why we still have these cameras up here on the screen showing you Beirut, because from things I've heard over the course of the day, there are still more strikes that are going to happen there. Two hours ago, an IDF spokesperson says we destroyed the headquarters of the Revolutionary Guards Air Force in Tehran. I showed you that video a little bit ago of that. The IDF has continued to continued airstrikes against Hezbollah to degrade Hezbollah's ability to launch attacks against Israel. That comes 2 hours ago. I'm noticing this repeating pattern of statements from the IDF and from the U.S. They've just kind of been just reiterating the same things over and over again. Just every 12 hours or so we get a post that says, "Yep, we're still striking Hezbollah. Yep, we're still bombing Iran. We're just keeping up. We're just keeping up with it. We're continuing here." It's interesting how many of the same posts I've seen that have the same exact wording over the past couple days, and it begs the question, how long until you've reached your goals, right? How long until again, you've taken out all of the targets that you set out to take out, right? And that's the big question right now. Everybody keeps asking, well, how long is this going to go on for? How long is this going to continue, right? And then there's the question of, when will each side run out of munitions? When will each side run out of capability, etc.? So this video caught my eye earlier. I don't know if any of you were here for the first day or two of the war, but there was a video of a Palestinian towing missile debris through a village. Well, we have another one here. It seems like there's some sort of thing with hauling, with literally strapping ballistic missile debris to the back of your car and dragging it through the streets. I don't know what the appeal is here with that. I probably wouldn't want to haul a ballistic missile body through the streets with my, what looks to be a geo-tracker or something there that they're driving. I'm unable to get a fix on what that vehicle is there. Somebody's SUV expert, foreign SUV expert, let me know what that vehicle is there. It almost looks like a little Chevy geo-tracker or something. Obviously not a Chevy geo-tracker, but kind of similar. But yeah, it's interesting, this video. This is the second one of these that I've seen. They have some kind of thing with dragging ballistic missile bodies through the streets. LD429 says, gonna make a grill. Hey, that would make a pretty sweet grill. A Freelander. What the hell is a Freelander? Freelander. Oh, it's a Land Rover. Oh yeah, I guess it has the yeah, I didn't notice the emblem towards the left side there. That's a giveaway for a Land Rover. So it's a Land Rover Freelander. I don't think we have those in the States. Do we have those in the States? At least I haven't seen any in the States. The Freelander was sold in the USA from roughly 2002 to 2005. Primarily in its first generation. New models are not currently sold in the United States. Interesting. Guile says they're very British. They're junk, says Lee Fuller. Shots fired. It's a Land Rover Freelander. Very interesting. 3 hours ago, the IDF chief of staff says, quote, "We need to show perseverance and patience. This will take much longer." We need to show perseverance and patience. This will take much longer. Give me one moment here. Checking a few things. 3 hours ago, Turkey is considering deploying F-16 fighter jets to northern Cyprus as part of heightened security measures. That comes 3 hours ago. A statement from Senator Lindsey Graham earlier today. I'll go ahead and play this video here for you. J-Ball says, "Remember when that dude sold his work truck and it popped up in pictures being used against the Taliban?" I do remember that. Was that a Highlander? I don't remember if that was a Highlander or not, but those Toyota Highlanders are pretty popular by Middle Eastern terrorist organizations. Let's go ahead and take a listen in on what Senator Lindsey Graham had to say today on Fox News. I know we all love Fox News so much, don't we?
Now, to our Arab friends, you're being hit too. Has any Arab country struck Iran? Now, if you want a treaty with the United States, you need to get in this fight. Now, America's not going to the Mideast just to fight alone, so I'm urging our Arab allies to fight back. You're being hit too. Now, to our Arab friends, you're being hit too. Has any Arab country struck Iran? Now, if you want a treaty with the United States, you need to get in this fight. Now, America's not going to the Mideast just to fight alone, so I'm urging our Arab allies to fight back. You're being hit too. Now, to our Arab friends, you're being hit.
So, I saw a post today. I saw a report earlier today, and I'm not sure if it had been confirmed or not. And I'm trying to look right now to see if I can find some more information on it. But that Saudi Arabia had launched an attack against Iran. Like they had conducted a strike against Iran. And again, I'm trying to find some more information here. Ram Krieger says, "You're thinking the Hilux, the Toyota Hilux." Yeah, the Hilux. That's what I'm thinking of. Yep. Not the Highlander. However, they do have a Highlander, but those are the SUVs. The Hilux. Yep. That's what it is. So again, that was our statement from Senator Lindsey Graham there. We have another statement here by Senator Lindsey Graham. We'll go ahead and play that real quick.
Got American blood on its hands, and when this regime falls, it's not if, when. We're going to have a gateway to peace, and the next thing that will happen is Saudi Arabia will recognize Israel, and that will be the biggest change in 2,000 years in the Mideast, and Donald J. Trump is the man to make it all happen. Got America.
Interesting statement. Urkel says, to be fair, the Hilux are indestructible. They are. I've seen that firsthand. So we got some more statements here by Senator Lindsey Graham. I'm not going to make you guys suffer through all of that there, but again, he's calling for those Gulf nations to, step up to the plate and, again, provide, maybe get more involved in the strikes here against Iran. Scent Defender posted this about 3 hours ago. This was footage outside of Kansas City International. Again, where that bomb threat was conducted. Again, we know now that there was no threat there, and that the airport is operating at full capacity again. Some more footage there from Kansas City International. Yeah, we've seen that. All right, anyway, all right. This is interesting here. So, this is coming from a Shiite scholar. Shaikh Azhar Nasir. He said, quote, killing Ali Khamenei during Ramadan would be, quote, the worse than killing the Pope during Lent, warning that reckless actions have consequences and that, quote, some mistakes cannot be fixed. That came about 3 hours ago. 4 hours ago, the IDF says it struck Hezbollah weapons depots and dozens of military sites, including a Radwan Force Command and training compound in Beirut, Dahieh, used to plan attacks on Israeli forces and civilians. There's a video here of those strikes occurring. Yeah, speaking of which, speaking of Hiluxes, it'd be very interesting to see sales of Hilux numbers across the Middle East during and more importantly post this conflict. I'd be interested to see what those numbers are. 4 hours ago, Kuwait's $140 billion Social Security Fund headquarters was hit by an Iranian drone strike overnight, leaving upper floors smoldering into the morning. Again, another example of them striking these Gulf countries here right after making those statements that they were not going to do so. Sean D. Richmond with the pronunciation correction. Thank you very much, Sean. I appreciate it. Says it's pronounced chic. I'll keep that. I'll put that one in the dictionary. 4 hours ago, Tehran was under attack again. I have some crazy footage. I know some of you might have already seen it, but I have some pretty crazy footage I'm going to get to here shortly out of Iran. Absolutely wild. Oh, sorry, Tehran. Tehran. Sorry. Let's be specific here. Out of Tehran specifically, that I'm going to show you here shortly. That is pretty wild. 4 hours ago, the Strait of Hormuz transit remains nearly halted for the 7th day, with only Iran-linked ships crossing and commercial traffic effectively frozen. That's coming from Reuters. And again, if I switch back over to our maritime map, you could see just that here on the map. What do we got here? We got a bulk carrier there, transiting. Yeah, see, these guys are clustering up too. We got another crude oil tanker, bulk carrier. I believe that one's Iranian flagged, actually. Bulk carrier. Another crude oil tanker. But yeah, nothing really in the strait right now. If you would have looked at this map like a couple weeks ago, this would be absolutely filled with ships right now. There would be a ton of ships. Passenger boat there, Iranian. An Iranian bulk carrier there. We'll go through this more later, probably. I've been meaning to the past few streams to kind of just like take a while and just go through here, and we'll just kind of scroll around and look at some of the different tankers and where they're located and what some of this activity is looking like in the Strait of Hormuz. And we'll do that probably at some point during this stream today. Random Creator says, Nemico Network, it saddens me that they will not allow the Toyota to sell the Hilux in the U.S. Yes, it is unfortunate. However, there are ways to get them, to import them. I knew somebody that had a Hilux at one point. Kimberly says, Nemico, can you discuss about how Iran said they weren't going to bomb their neighbors, but yet seem to be bombing their neighbors? I think I probably sound like a broken record, because I'm pretty sure I've mentioned that like 5 times this stream so far. But yes, I mean, I find it very interesting that it was more of just like a propaganda piece, that they put out. They came out with this big thing, apologizing, saying that, again, it was an accident, that basically due to the chaos that unfolded in the initial days of this conflict breaking out, as their command was being, picked off one by one, And due to communication issues within their military hierarchy, they weren't able to coordinate properly, and that those strikes, occurred again as a result of that, and that it wasn't going to happen again. They weren't going to strike anybody unless they were struck directly by them. And then literally a day later, we see them striking all of these targets in the Gulf there, all of these different countries. I think almost all of them have been attacked by Iran since those statements were given out. So, yeah, definitely interesting. Yeah, as Marco says, they said if attacks come from those countries, they will continue to attack. Which, again, is probably a little hard for them to... it's hard for some of those countries to avoid since the U.S. is operating directly out of those countries. But I believe most of the actual sorties and attacks, the strikes coming from from the U.S. into Iran are coming from the carrier strike groups. At least when it comes to like the Tomahawks being launched. And I believe even quite a few of the fighter aircraft, again, are operating off of those aircraft carriers. There is no doubt, there are probably some strikes, again, being launched from bases in and around the Gulf, of course, that's a given during a conflict like this. That's, again, going to be a part of it. But, again, it feels it's interesting that they immediately went back on those statements. Yeah, Siblowski says it was an oopsie bomb. Sorry. Yeah, that's literally that. Like if you wanted to sum up that statement by the IRGC, that's what you'd say. LD2429 says maybe to have them drop their guard. Yeah, could have been. Oobs says I think they fully intended to strike those targets. I don't know what they mean. What the mealy mouthing is for from Iran. yeah, I agree. John THQ says, I feel the IRGC are operating very independently. I saw some analysis, actually, yesterday, talking about how there's a good chance that a lot of the IRGC, different units within the IRGC are most likely operating pretty independently right now of the main hierarchy. Like, they're just kind of like just conducting strikes willy-nilly, you know what I mean? And that there is probably a lack of communication at the moment, just due to just the amount of damage that's been done, again, to their military command structure. 4 hours ago, the Israeli Defense Force has announced the elimination of Abu al-Qasim Babayan, the head of the military office of the Supreme Leader and Chief of Staff of the Emergency Command of the Qatam al-Aniba Central Headquarters. That's a mouthful. I apologize for absolutely butchering those pronunciations there, but you can see an image here on screen. Actually, you can't. Hold on. Now, you can see an image here on screen of that headquarters. Again, on fire there. 4 hours ago, Iran warns it will target regional energy infrastructure if attacks on its facilities continue. So again, it will target regional energy infrastructure if attacks on its facilities continue. No doubt they are already attacking regional energy infrastructure. We've seen many examples of that over the past day or so here. 4 hours ago, an Iranian missile successfully intercepted over Israel. Let's take a look at this video here. Miss Tiger Eye says, what's this I'm seeing? Did the Bahrain base get hit again? See if I have anything new in the feed about it. Shiraz, Iran under strong attack 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago, just in, State Department orders U.S. diplomats to leave Saudi Arabia. That's an interesting development. That is an interesting development there. Mushtaba Khamenei will have the exact same fate as his dad very soon. Very interesting. They've identified the... So the first 4 service members killed in action have been identified. I know we already brought you this information. I'm not sure why this is being reposted now. I thought at first maybe this was information from the latest death that was announced. And I'll see if I can find more info on that. Photos released by U.S. Central Command show pilots, both Air Force and those of carrier air wings, during ongoing operations against Iran. Let's take a look at these images here. Hold on, let me go to the focus feed. There we go. Pretty cool stuff. I believe those are Bose. Those are Bose headphones there that guy's wearing. Bose headset. I didn't know that Bose had a contract with the U.S. military. That's interesting. Very cool stuff. This is a very Top Gun-esque view here. Pretty cool stuff. Would it be cool to know? Again, I'm trying to identify if this is like a B1 or maybe a B-52 here, or maybe that's just like a. If somebody can identify this cockpit for me, let me know what we're seeing here. Maybe this is just like a Globemaster or something. Again, it's kind of hard to tell. Again, I'm not I'm not an expert when it comes to identifying aircraft from the inside of their cockpit or from their ladders. It's pretty cool photos, though. Again, coming from CENTCOM today. So again, yeah, we have a new supreme leader there in Iran. Has been chosen as we've known for a couple days now that he was being chosen. Random Krieger says you'd be surprised at how many companies have contracts with the military. Oh, I know. I know very well. Yeah, it doesn't look like the yeah, probably not the B1. Mark says. Yeah, it doesn't look like the B1 to me. He says. Globemaster, says Giles. Yeah, probably a bigger plane. Yeah, I'm in no way a aircraft expert. My expertise comes from exterior visual identification. I've done vehicle ID for mostly foreign military aircraft. Some of our aircraft as well, but mostly just stuff that I would have, again, would have been interacting with for my specific job set. So again, when it comes to some of these other, more specialized aircraft, like these long-range heavy bombers and stuff like that, I think I'd have a hard time, especially identifying it from an inside cockpit photo, or even something with a limited view of the aircraft like this. Yeah, this looks maybe like a Globemaster maybe or something. Gabic says C-130 or a C-17. Check the pilot's patch, somebody said. Yeah, I was looking at the patch, but I'm trying to identify said patch. Night Hornets, I think it says. Let's take a look here. Night Hornets. Trying to find what unit that would be. Pretty sure that says Night Hornets. craning my head here trying to... All cargo, no sun. Yeah, it's a cargo flight. This is a Globemaster C-17. That patch says all cargo, no sun, Night Hornets. That's their patch there. C-130. Yeah, okay. Yeah. My bad. 130s have had major upgrades through the years. Give me 1 second here. I'm just checking a couple things in the background. Miss Tiger Eye posted this just now in Wes. By the way, I don't know if you're watching right now, Wes. If you are, shout out to Wes. Posted a video, one of which, it's one of a series of videos that I'm going to be showing you later, but I didn't have this angle actually. Or I didn't have this specific video, but I'm definitely going to show that. But yeah, Miss Tiger Eye posted a video. Again, major explosion at U.S. Naval Support Base in Bahrain. This is coming from Telegram. Again, this is the first I'm seeing of this, so I'm going to play it on screen for you. This does seem to be coming from a Iranian source, potentially. Again, anything that I see on Telegram, I take with a heavy dose of salt. Give me 1 moment here. All right. See you, John. We'll be here. So again, apparently there's possibly another attack in Bahrain at that 5th Fleet. That 5th Fleet Naval Support Base. As I said, I don't have anything in the chat for it yet. Or, sorry, in the feed for it yet. But as soon as I do, I will let you guys know. Give me 1 moment here. I'm just checking a few things. Stand by here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Give me 1 moment. Yeah, Jared's also saying Bahrain Bahrain is under attack right now. Oh, she said she found another one. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna look at this other one too. Oh, this is a different view. So yeah, and this is one of the rules I give you guys when you're checking stuff, when you're fact checking stuff. If you see multiple angles of something, right away that rules out AI, right? Because AI, you're not going to see multiple angles in different clips posted by different sources like this. Again, this is reportedly in Manama, Bahrain. Play that one more time there. So yeah, we'll keep an eye out. I'm sure we'll start getting reports on that any second here. I mean, this feed right here, guys, is just a great example of how fast news is coming out of the Middle East. I mean, we've rarely had periods, you know, where we don't get something. Like, I think the longest period we haven't had an update for was like 20 minutes. But usually it's been like every second. Yeah, nothing new yet from Bahrain, at least in my feeds. But we should have stuff rolling in here in the next few minutes. USS Thomas Hoodner, DDG-116, fires a Tomahawk land attack missile at Iran on Thursday. U.S. destroyers continue to launch Tomahawk land attack missiles at Iranian targets. You can see an image there. That's coming from Thursday, though. Again, so that's a couple days old, but again, an interesting photo there coming out. So, again, this is the grandson of the deceased supreme leader there. Quote from him, he says, quote, "The Israelis know damn well the day the Islamic nation gets the chance will erase Israel just like Hamas tried. Quote, the Americans will die before they see us humiliated." 35 minutes ago, Tehran residents are already voicing their fury, chanting death to Mojtaba, again, which is, he's the new supreme leader. Let's take a listen into this. Yeah, Mojtaba is the new supreme leader. And again, this is them chanting death to Mojtaba. You can hear people yelling like for quite a distance there. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. Scenes showing the downing and destruction of Saudi air defenses for a number of drones that were launched towards the kingdom during the past few days. We got some footage here. Again, some of those drones being shot down. Again, this is footage of Royal Saudi Air Force F-15 Eagles and Eurofighter Typhoons shooting down incoming Iranian attack drones. Ponicus says, we yelled like that out our windows at my college when the Yankees beat the Orioles in the 1996 playoffs. Hell yeah. Smoke spirals from Iran's Safiabad Air Base in Bashir. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce that, but again, we can take a look at this video here. I guess there's really no audio there. Smoke again coming from that air base. 55 minutes ago, Israel's strike. So really quick, you guys see why I opened two tabs of the same feed? Because we're going through, again, we're at 4 hours. We barely spent, what, 40 minutes, not even 30 minutes going through the feed. We got down to 4 hours. But we already have almost an hour's worth of fresh news that has come in. Israel's strikes on 30 Iranian fuel depots Saturday went far beyond what U.S. expected when Israel notified it in advance, sparking the first significant disagreement between the allies since the war began 8 days ago, according to a U.S. official, Israeli official, and a source with knowledge. Some more to that here. The U.S. was, quote, dismayed at the scale of Israel's massive airstrikes against Iranian fuel infrastructure last night. Believed that it would backfire strategically, rallying Iranian society to support the regime. You can see an image here of one of those oil fields burning, and I have some crazy footage to show you guys here shortly. We'll get to that here in just a minute, of the situation there, not only in Tehran, but in a couple other spots around the country. From an IDF spokesperson, this is Lieutenant Colonel Ella Arabic. Quote, "We have warned the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, leave Lebanon or we will strike you." Again, this comes after those comments I made earlier, guys, about, we are most likely expecting some other heavy strikes here in Beirut in the coming hours, or possibly over the next day or so here, possibly even while we are on stream with you guys this evening. Give me one moment here. Quote, "You have no immunity, neither in Lebanon, nor in Iran, nor anywhere else. Hezbollah and Iran are the two sides of the same coin." U.S. dismayed by Israel's Iran fuel strikes, sources say. UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed and U.S. President Trump speak by phone. So this is where we started off earlier. Really quick, I'm going to refresh it quick, see if we got anything new about that base. Breaking, Channel 12, Qatar has informed the U.S. it plans to expel Hamas leaders after the group refused to condemn Iran's attacks on Qatar and other Gulf states. One second here. By the way, guys, these reports by the ISW, really great resource for information. I don't know if any of you are following the ISW, the Institute of Study of War, but these maps they come out with are highly detailed, and a lot of other analysts use them as a foundation. Highly recommend going and checking that out. Give me one moment here. One second here. To whomever else subscribed on Twitch, I didn't catch your name in the feed, but thank you, I appreciate it, highly appreciated. Again, it's your guys' support that allows us to do what we're doing. We're hearing some small arms fire actually in Beirut at the moment. Aaron Normal Paranormal asks, "Where can I watch the video in Tel Aviv? It's so hard to find, so much AI." Which video? You mean the live feed coming out of Tel Aviv, or a video? Let me know. I could possibly help you out there. All right, so we're gonna switch back to. I guess I'll give it a refresh one more time, see if we got anything new. Yep, we have not yet. So we're gonna continue going through this. I got some videos. I have some stuff that. I have a video that Wes posted. As soon as I get down to that, I'll show you guys. But let's keep scrolling here through the feed, and then when we get to it, I'll pull up those posts. Yeah, I'm definitely hearing some small arms fire on our Beirut feed at the moment. 100%. And again, we have a couple different feeds, and we have multiple feeds of audio coming through. This is a new camera, by the way. Yeah, this is a new camera that was just put up yesterday. It's actually like a webcam that was put up. Some news agencies have been using it, broadcasting it. Again, these are the more professional feeds here coming out of Beirut. We have a couple. Again, there's that hospital that we've used for all the geolocation. But yeah, we have a couple different angles. So you can see, if you notice now, these two cameras are on separate buildings now. These cameras were on the same building at one point earlier this week, but now they are on separate buildings. So we have two very separate vantage points, and then this camera here is on the same building, as this camera here. So actually, I'm going to move that one over. So yeah, this camera and this camera are on the same building. The hospital is like right here. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse here. So this hospital here is right down here. It's on, you can see kind of the glow against the side of this building, but it's right there. So we kind of have we have a few pretty good angles covering Beirut this evening. And of course, we also have Tel Aviv and Jerusalem as well. So some pretty good vantage points across that region this evening. So we should catch anything that happens. He said that saw a video. It looked like fireworks, like hundreds of stars in the sky, but maybe it was AI. You have to be careful. There are a lot of AI videos going around, Aaron Normal. So keep an eye on that. The big cluster ballistic missile. So yeah, those cluster munition videos are, again, that's misinformation. And actually, I have a video, again, I'm working on, hopefully to get that up in the next day or two here, going over that and some of the other deep fakes that are running around and misinformation that's going around. Yeah, there has been no concrete evidence of any cluster munitions being used. And in that video that's going around, you know, it shows like a bunch of glowing little things right in front of the sky. A cluster munition is not going to have those glowing like that, and I've talked about this probably, you know, half dozen times in the past few streams. But that footage, what you're seeing is just a ballistic missile that was intercepted, and you have that flaming debris falling down to Earth. Seems we have another airplane here coming into Beirut International. Real quick, I'll hop over to our flight radar, see if I can catch that. No. So once again, this is a recurring theme here. The civilian flights coming into Beirut are turning off their transponders like far before they get to Lebanese airspace, which is interesting. If you go on, if I refresh ADSB exchange, yeah, see, same thing. Nothing at all. Or hold on, let me make sure we got all tracks selected here. Yeah, all tracks are selected. No civilian flight coming out of there. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. We're gonna keep scrolling through our posts here so I can get into the bigger ticket items here. 4 hours ago, we had sirens sounding across Israel. You can see those there. And, of course, we have our air raid siren map up and running right now as well. However, I had it muted, so we missed...
Alarm. Misgav Am. Kiryat Shemona. Margaliot. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Hagoshrim. Sha'ar Yashuv. Dafna. Alarm. Sha'ar Yashuv. Dafna. Hostile air...
It's now going through all of the alerts that we missed since I started this stream. 21 minutes ago, we had some confrontation line alerts here. Northern Israel, half of them were, again, air raid sirens, and half of them were just alerts for hostile aircraft intrusions, which is interesting. All right, I'll go ahead and unmute this now. All right, it is unmuted now, so if we get any other alerts there, we'll be able to see them. Yeah, it's a plane. That's a plane that was flying there, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're going to move back over here to our open source intelligence feed. I'm going to continue going through. So this round of alerts here came at the same time that we had sirens sounding over Tel Aviv. You can see there, and then it's interesting. Okay, so they did pan down. Smallsy, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. 5 hours ago from the IDF says the heart of Tehran, in the heart of Tehran, IDF eliminates the appointed chief of the Iranian regime's supreme leaders military bureau. Yesterday, guided by intelligence from Amman, the Israeli Air Force carried out a precise strike in Tehran, killing Abu al-Qasim Babayin. He's the head of that military bureau there. And then 5 hours ago, we had another wave of Iranian ballistic missiles and drones is inbound to central Israel. You can see those were logged there. IDF Brigade 769 struck a Hezbollah cell in southern Lebanon, directing airstrikes that eliminated key militants and neutralized another on the ground there. You can see some photos and images. Now this comes as I'm hearing some more small arms fire on our Beirut feed here. Some automatic gunfire you can hear. So yeah, we'll take a look at some of these images here. So I'm just observing some of the equipment that they're using. I really like the IDF's, I'm a big fan of the IDF's olive drab look. And they use like a very specific shade of olive drab. But yeah, I'm a little bummed that the U.S. military, they've strayed away from olive drab. I've made this point known to a lot of my my friends and colleagues that olive drab needs to make a return. We used it so heavily, like right through from World War I, World War II, all the way up into like Vietnam. But now with multicam, they don't want anything to be olive drab. It all has to be coyote brown. And needless to say, I'm not the biggest fan of coyote brown, but olive drab is the look. Justin, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. So, again, we're hearing some small arms fire there on the Beirut cam. Bunar, good to see you. Says, hey, Nemico, love from Brisbane. Good to see you tuning in tonight, Bunar. Good to see you. So, yeah, again, some weapons here that were recovered. There's also some footage here. Again, I have those IDF strikes. LD429 says, I remember the transition from olive drab Santines to camis. Yep. Dinosaur says, coyote/khakis better than olive drab. I don't know. I'm a big olive drab fan. You know, if I had my way, the entire U.S. military would be wearing tiger stripe. Vietnam-era tiger stripe still. By far, my favorite camo pattern is tiger stripe. Like Vietnam-era tiger stripe. And all of our gear would be olive drab. Saudi Defense Ministry releases footage showing its Air Force intercepting Iranian drones over Saudi airspace. More of that footage here. Again, they've been pretty active with that. Israel readies for Jared Kushner's Tuesday visit, the first by a senior U.S. official since the start of Roaring Lion. 5 hours ago, the event in northern Israel has concluded. The Home Front Command confirms it is now safe to leave shelters. I came about 5-6 hours ago. Again, right after a drone alert was activated across multiple northern Israeli border towns. Some more comments by Senator Lindsey Graham. Again, I'm not going to make you guys suffer through those. They're over on our X feed. Again, that's x.com/Nemico Network if you want to go give those a listen. Five hours ago, at least 2 killed and 12 injured in an Iranian ballistic missile strike in Saudi Arabia in the city of Al-Kharj, east of Riyadh. That comes 5 hours ago. All right, now here we get to some of the videos coming out of Iran that I've been wanting to show you guys here today. This was 5 hours ago. This comes after Israel struck all of those oil and energy infrastructure sites across Iran. Black rain has been falling over Tehran after strikes on oil facilities coating streets and rooftops in dark, oily water. Quote, the rain is actually apparently saturated with oil. This is coming from those CNN reporters that, yes, are now confirmed to be on the ground in Iran. I did not believe it when you guys in the chat the other night were telling me that CNN reporters were on the ground. I don't know how that got slipped past me, but I was like, there's no way. There's no way Iran lets CNN reporters in there, especially after kicking out Al Jazeera and I'm pretty sure the only other news agencies that were reporting from there was like RT and CGTN, which again are the Chinese and the Russians. But now we got CNN in there. I've been seeing quite a few of the reports coming out of Tehran by that CNN crew. Quite interesting that they are there. But again, we're gonna go ahead and give this video a watch. This is one of a few videos that I have to show you guys here tonight. But real quick, Bathroom Bobby says, I just made it to the gas station. Gas has went from $3.15 to now $4.09 in the last 3 or 4 days. That's a pretty steep increase. All right, let's take a look at this Black Rain video here. Chrisogram says, Black Rain Upon Us would be an amazing black metal album. Indeed. All right. Let's take a look at this video here out of Tehran. Some pretty stark images coming out of Tehran today.
I want to show you something because after those fires raged, there was actually rain here in Tehran this morning. And you can see here, because this is a white car, that the rain is actually apparently saturated with oil. You can see on my finger that it's completely blackened, and that's something that's been coming down for the better part of this morning. So of course that's also a concern for folks here in Tehran, that there's this rain that came down that seems to be saturated with oil.
Saturated with oil. This scene right here, though, of the black smoke hanging over Tehran is one of the wildest images I've seen out of this war so far. It is pretty crazy. Yes, it is true. There is oil rain. Really what it is that oil burns off, right? The oil, it's not actually oil rain. What it is the oil burns off, right? It creates this really thick black smoke. And that soot gets carried out of the air by the rain, by the moisture, right? It's not like actual oil. It's burnt oil. It's like oil soot. Again, that's being carried out of the air and falling down to the ground. There's another video here, again, by that same CNN crew. We'll take a look.
This is what Tehran is waking up to this morning. The sky above the city is covered in very thick black clouds. You can see that everywhere. That's the west of the city over there, and this is the north of the city. Normally, if you look to that direction, you could actually see the Alborz Mountains, but now all of that is also covered in clouds. That comes after major airstrikes in the south and the west of the city happened last night, where oil installations were hit, oil storage.
Random Krieger asked a really good question. He says, Nemico Network, didn't they have the same kind of rain during the first Gulf War? Yes. Yes. When those oil fields were burning in Kuwait, was it Kuwait? Yeah, it was Kuwait, right? Again, that was before my time. Yes, the 1999 Kuwaiti oil fires. Yes, 700 oil wells. Yeah, of course it was Kuwait. I had to double check myself there for a second, ladies and gentlemen. I can't make any mistakes here. Which, when you go back and you look at the Gulf War and you see the stark similarities to what we're seeing here, it's kind of mind-boggling, actually. And just to think that the Gulf War happened at the scale that it did back then, the Gulf War was pretty big. Yeah, they had the same oil rain. 1991, yep. Yeah, Kuwait had that same stuff happen. They had again, it's similar to what we're seeing here, but on a much larger scale. It was a lot more profound during the Gulf, not specifically the Gulf War, but during those Kuwaiti oil fields being set ablaze. Again, this oil rain, quote unquote, really it's like a carbon rain, was much more pronounced. Again, was a major environmental disaster that occurred there from that. Fun fact, actually, I dressed up in Gulf War fatigues for the Army 250 parade in Washington, D.C. If you go back and look at the military parade that happened this year, I was one of those wearing Gulf War fatigues. And let me tell you, I am glad we have modern U.S. Combat boots, because those boots, my God, were the most uncomfortable things I have ever worn. They were horrible. Half the soles kept falling off. A bunch of guys kept having issues where the soles were peeling away from the bottom of the boots. Does that same thing during a major wildfire? Yes, it does. Yeah, you get like ash rain. But see, the soot coming from an oil fire is much like, it's like thicker and finer than like ash that you have from like a forest fire. And it sticks to stuff more. Treasure Please says oil is up 104 at open. Let me refresh here. I guess I'm not looking at the futures here. I'd have to look at the futures. Give me 1 second here. Urkel says, that was wild. There's an entire documentary about the teams that put the well fires out. I watched that documentary. Great documentary. And that was absolutely crazy. I believe they were using like 88s with like jet engines mounted on them to blow out the fires, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember that correctly. They had like tracked 88s with like these massive jet engines on them that would like back up to the fire, and then like I think they had like jet turbines like mounted on top of them to blow the fires out, if I'm not mistaken, or something along those lines. I could be thinking of something else, but I have seen that documentary. Krieger says, Nemico Network, when it comes to the military uniform, reject modernity and embrace tradition. Go back and wear a Revolutionary War uniform. Those probably would have been comfortable than the boots that soldiers wore in the Gulf War, let me tell you. Lead Farmer says, I posted in Discord videos the firefighter tank. Let me look here. Yeah, those. Yeah, they're I think they're like 88s or something like that they mounted jet engines on.
The Hungarians recycled a Russian T-34 tank to
Oh no, it's a T-34.
And replaced it with jet engines from MiG-21 fighter planes.
Yeah, wild stuff.
Water is injected into the jet stream. Then they just open the throttles and blow the fire out.
Yeah, that's what was needed to put those fires out. Okay, we're getting sidetracked. We're getting sidetracked here. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting sidetracked. Iran war news. We need to focus here. We need to focus. Treasure Please says up to $111 since last time I posted. I'll check the futures here in a second. Krieger says, I do World War I reenacting as a German. The boots are comfortable, but heaven forbid I have to walk on smooth concrete or tile. Oh, yeah. Lead Farmer says it was a prototype. They ended up using bombs in the end. Yeah, I thought I had seen another video where they used like an 88 with like a jet engine on it, but I guess that was... Guess I'm being Mandela affected into thinking that really it was a T-34 with a jet engine on it. All right, so we have this video here too. Again, I'll show that real quick. This is more of that oil.
This is what Tehran is waking up to this morning. The sky above the city
More of that oil
is
rain.
Covered in very thick black clouds. You can see that everywhere. That's the west of the city over there. And this is the north of the city. Normally, if you look to that direction, you could actually see the Alborz Mountains, but now all of that is also covered in clouds. That comes after major airstrikes in the south and the west of the city happened last night, where oil installations were hit, oil storage facilities. Apparently also a refinery might have been hit as well. And now you can see this morning that the sky is still very dark. We saw thick black plumes of smoke in the sky yesterday. There were massive fires in the south of the city. But I want to show you something else because it's also raining. But you can see that the rain water is actually black, also saturated, it appears, with oil. And then if we look over there, you can see that the water that's running down here also is black. So that's what's coming down this morning, this sort of oil-filled rain that we have right now on the...
Again, it's not oil, it's soot, but you get the point. LD429 says A-10s have been deployed there. Yeah, so I showed the other night, CENTCOM put out like a statistics sheet of like some of the different equipment and strikes they had done, all this stuff, right? Some of the different equipment they're using. And it has been confirmed that the A-10s have not been fully retired. They are still in use. I would love to see some modern A-10 combat footage. That'd be pretty cool. Yes, terrible for your lungs and skin. Definitely would not want to get it on you. Wes posted another one of the videos. Big shout out to Wes there. I got two different angles here. We'll bring up both. All right, we have this video here.
سلام خدمت بینندگان عزیز. مردم وقتی که میگه من فقط زیرساخت نظامی میزنم اینجا محل پخش.
Let me pause it. Got to refresh it. Okay. This is an Iranian journalist reporting in front of the flames of a burning oil depot there. This is where some of that black smoke rain is coming from. Take a look at here at this video.
سلام خدمت بینندگان عزیز. مردم وقتی که میگه من فقط زیرساخت نظامی میزنم اینجا محل پخش بنزین شمال شرق و شرق تهرانه. بنزین رو وقتی میزنه میخواد شما مردم اذیت بشید. میخواد کارهای نظامی نیست. بنزین برای مردمه. بنزین برای اینی که ماشین‌های شما، ماشین‌های امدادی و آمبولانس‌های شما راحت در شهر بچرخه. اینجایی که الان زده فاصله خیلی نزدیکی با مکان‌های مسکونی داره. یعنی خیلی محل عبور و مرور مردم و محل اسکان و خونه‌های مردمه. اینکه میگه من فقط نظامی میزنم.
I imagine you can feel the heat from that where he is standing. I mean, that is burning so hot. That is such a massive fire there. There's no way, I mean, you're not... Like, you could definitely feel that easily from where he's standing.
که در رسانه‌ها دارم به شما میگم. اینجایی که الان زده شده باز تکرار میکنم. اینجایی که زده شده برای من و شماست. برای بنزین من و شماست. اگه نشون بده این ساختمان‌های مسکونی رو، اینجا ساختمان‌های مسکونی جای نظامی نیست و جایی که و به قول قوه الهی البته مشکلی در سوق اقتصادی پیش نمیاد ولی اینجا نظامی نیست و اینجا متعلق.
Yeah, and that's what's causing that. And we saw this image the other night. I'm not sure if that was on stream when I showed that image. that might have just been something I'd seen since then. But here's another image of that same. This is another video of that same oil field burning. I'm pretty sure it's the same one. Agadeshi oil warehouse. This is eastern Tehran. Yeah, as Urkel says, it's nutty that CNN has guys in Iran at the moment. Yeah, I mean, that is a massive fire. Just that one alone. And this is one of many. This is one of many. And we'll get to those. I have some other clips here. 5 hours ago, after last night's strike on a Beirut hotel housing senior Iranian officials, Lebanese Al Jadid channel reports that tomorrow a meeting will be held between military intelligence, general security representatives, and the Lebanese Hotel Association to discuss the targeting of, again, that hotel. James, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. 5 hours ago, this was a question to the foreign minister of Iran. If you're not attacking your neighbors, why did the Iranian president apologize? Iran's FM said, first of all, apology in our culture is a sign of dignity and strength. Secondly, he apologized to the people of the region for the inconvenience. Let's take a listen.
Mr. Foreign Minister, if you're not attacking your neighbors, why did the Iranian president apologize?
Well, first of all, apology in our culture is a sign of dignity and strength. Secondly, he apologized from the peoples of the region for the inconveniences they have faced because of this aggression by the United States and retaliation by us. So as a matter of fact, it is in fact the President of the United States who should apologize from the people of the region and Iranian people for the killings and destructions they have done against us.
Mr. Foreign Minister, if you're not attacking your neighbors, why did the Iranian president apologize?
Well, first of all, apology in our culture is a sign of dignity and strength. Secondly, he apologized from the peoples of the region for the inconveniences they have faced because of this aggression by the United States and retaliation by us.
So there you have it, those statements by the Iranian foreign minister. I did just get some new posts that came in here. This is 44 seconds. We went ahead and I was looking at oil futures, and this came in. Brent oil 109. So again, when I came on the air earlier tonight, guys, I was mentioning that it was at 91 and that it would probably be not until the end of the week that we saw 100, but it could be the next few days. I was reading that analysis earlier today. It looks like by tomorrow's market open, we're going to be at $109 a barrel. Or at least 100, I should say. At least 100, possibly more than that, a barrel for gasoline. Sorry, for oil, I should say. 2 minutes ago, a prayer of thanks to Allah following the election of Mojtaba Khamenei as leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Interesting how the ones managing the war are allowing this to happen while missiles the size of buses and cluster bombs are being dropped. Again, the cluster bombs thing, guys, I've debunked that, and I'm going to continue to debunk that, and I have a video on that soon. Ignore these, again, until we have concrete confirmation that they're using cluster munitions, ignore any mention of cluster munitions. Again, that's very much so kind of a propaganda tactic there. Oh, you know what's interesting? It was 107 and then it went up to 109. It was 102. Yeah, Brent oil futures open up over $100 as the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively shut down. Again, 102, and then within minutes, 107, 109. Hold on, let me see 1 second here. Yeah, it's putting it at 107.3 right now. Yeah, we're currently sitting at 106.79. Whoops, my bad. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, we're currently sitting at 106, well, 105 now. So if you look at the chart down here, it did peak out at about 109.78. It's gone down a little bit in the past few minutes. We're probably going to see that pop back up here in a minute. So we'll keep an eye on this here. Again, this is live coming in. Yeah, we can keep an eye on that. It jumped right up. We were sitting around 93. Jumped right up to about $110. $109, $110. It's now dipping back down again, but we're probably going to see it come back up here pretty quick. We'll keep an eye on that. But again, there's this video here. Again, of them giving that thanks to Allah prayer there. As that new supreme leader has been elected. I had just shown you guys, though, a few moments ago of, again, Iranians chanting from their balcony death to Mojtaba, or whatever. I don't know how to exactly pronounce his name. Mojtaba? Mojtib? Again, I'm not sure. The pronunciation is a little muddy there. From the video that we watched, I think I got the most accurate pronunciation of his name, but Again, they were chanting death to him specifically. So, again, there does seem to be two sides of Iranian public opinion there. One side, again, in favor, and one side very much not in favor. Yeah, Mojtaba isn't a... It's like Mojtab. It's not... I don't think you say the final A at the end. Again, we can go back and watch that video of them chanting that. I'll try to find it. 9 minutes ago, so let me get this straight. The man whose job it was to protect Ali Khamenei is still sitting in his chair, still giving orders, still calling himself the security chief. Your leader got eliminated, and he's still sitting in the chair. So yeah, the identity, they're withholding the identity of that other service member that was killed until the next of kin is notified. That's kind of business. That's how they usually handle that with the U.S. military. Here we go. Here's that video. We'll get the exact pronunciation from the Iranians. Okay, it's Moshtaba. So you do pronounce that last end. Moshtaba. Oh, okay. Yeah, Krieger just gave us a little insight here. He says, Nemico Network, in that video of folks saying death to Moshtaba, I think you can hear the prayer, or I'm mistaken. That could be what we're hearing in the background in this video. So if you listen in closely, in the background, off in the distance, you can hear some other sounds. At first I thought it was just more people chanting the same thing, but it could be that prayer that we're hearing in the background. Let's give it a listen. So yeah, interesting. It definitely looks like, you know, again, there's kind of two sides here of Iranian public opinion. You have, again, on one side, you do seem to have a lot of people supporting, you know, this idea of a new supreme leader. You know, this prayer being given here, and then you do seem to have a few, at least, that are against this new supreme leader, against the regime, or not in favor of it, I should say. Interesting to see how that's going to pan out here in the next couple days or weeks. Khalid says it's the Adhan call to prayer in the background. Interesting. I cannot pronounce your name. Tajantaro. I'm just going to say John Taro. John Tario. That's how I'm going to pronounce it from now on. We're keeping it simple. John Tario. It says one side, logic and sanity. Other side, still genocidal maniacs. Perhaps. Meagle says, bro, gas is so expensive. Indeed. Where are we at now? Did it jump back up? Hold on. Let me find the... Oh, there we go. We're up at 107 now. We're up at 107. We'll keep watching it. WTI crude oil futures have jumped 20%, climbing to 109 per barrel. Well, we're not at 107 per barrel. It was at 109 for a brief second there. But it's fluctuating. It might like, kind of level out, or it could keep climbing. Who knows? We'll watch it over the course of this stream this evening. Evan Johnson asks, Nemico, what's going on with fighting in Beirut? So we're expecting to see more strikes there. we've been seeing some tracer fire going into the air. We've been hearing small arms fire as well. We know that over the past week, there's been skirmishes between Hezbollah and the IDF. There's been skirmishes with Hezbollah and the Lebanese army there. There's still active fighting going on in the ground in Beirut. And from reports we've seen from the IDF today, there's probably going to be another round of strikes in Beirut. So that's why we're keeping an eye on Beirut still again for this evening. Curtis West, good to see you, says, everyone who remembers history remembers that the majority of Iran didn't ask for the current regime, even less now support it. Yeah, you know, prior to this all kicking off, I took a couple weeks and studied Iranian history, specifically around, like, the period between, like, the early 1960s and the late 1980s, and just everything that kind of went down during that phase in Iran. And it was interesting to see what Iran looked like and how well it functioned prior to the regime being established. Yeah, prior to the regime being established in 1979, it was a much different country, and it was very prosperous. It was a totally different view. You know what I mean? Like a totally different climate there in Iran, you could say. Economically, socially. And I have a feeling there's a lot of Iranians that remember that period of time and just how prosperous it was for Iran during that time. I mean, there was new buildings coming up everywhere, you know, new businesses, new opportunities all over the place. And it definitely has gone downhill since then. You can clearly see that. I mean, like, just do any research. Go on Google and do some research of Iran prior 1979, and then look at its economics post 1979. And economically, it definitely was doing better back then, for sure. Yeah, the IRGC definitely did have a point at which they were doing better economically, like 1982 to 87, in that range. Maybe a little bit after that even, but then since then things definitely went downhill. Alright, give me 1 second here. I'm just checking a couple things in the background. And of course, the X feed is giving me some issues. 4 minutes ago, ballistic missile launched at Israel just now fell short and landed in Jordan. What's interesting here is I don't think I got an alert. Yeah, I did not get an alert. There was no alerts that went out for that. Israeli parliament speaker, whoever goes in their ways will go in their ways. That's an Israeli parliament speaker that said that. You can see here the some of the targets that the IDF has taken out. $106. Went up a little bit. It's fluctuating. We'll keep an eye on it. I'm going to continue to take you through some of the other posts. Wow, Senator Lindsey Graham has had one hell of a day. He's been very busy today, that fellow. Oh, he's even talking about Cuba. That seems to be the next on the White House's list of interventions is Cuba. They've been definitely having some issues down there in Cuba. I have we actually have a dedicated channel for Cuba now under the threat elevated section on the Discord. Currently over there we have USA is listed, Mexico, Venezuela, and Cuba are all threat elevated topics in the Discord server. Give me 1 second to go. Give me 1 second here. Rakasan, you double posted, my man. We got a double post in the Situation Room, Rakasan. From the same source, too, Rakasan. One after the other. IDF 6 hours ago, at sea, in the air, and on land, women at the forefront of Operation Roaring Lion. They put out video there. $1080p Potato just posted this in the Discord. But Potato, we need a translation on this, Potato. Hold on, let me get a. I can get a translation for us. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. I will get a translation going for that. All right, this is from the media office, the government of Fujairah. The concerned authorities are dealing with an incident that occurred in the emirate of Fujairah, where a fire broke out in the Fujairah oil zone as a result of falling shrapnel from successful air defense interceptions. No injuries have been recorded. You will be updated with any developments if they occur. The concerned authorities also urge the public not to circulate rumors and obtain information only from official sources. I just heard a noise on our Beirut feed. Not sure exactly what that was there. Marco says, if U.S. goes for Cuba as well, I'm prepping a doomsday shelter. Yeah, not sure if that was an explosion or if somebody dropped something or if it was like a vehicle or something. But yeah, definitely heard something on the Beirut feed there. Yeah, we've been hearing a bunch of small arms fire, that's for sure. All right, we'll keep going. I'm glad I was able to get that translation there. Big shout out to everybody that's been contributing over in the Situation Room. Appreciate it, guys. $108. It's gone up a little bit. It's gone up a little bit. As this news... Watch. Okay, so... This is how this works, right? People post screenshots of the 20% jump, right? And it hitting 109, 110 a barrel. And over the next hour, as those screenshots spread, those future prices are going to go up because everybody starts to panic. So I'm sure we will probably see that increase some more, too. Evan Johnson asks, have you heard anything about the Kurds' invasion? Yes. Yes, we have. They are still moving equipment. I've seen multiple videos and reports over the past 12 hours, past day here, of them moving more personnel and equipment towards the Iranian border. And there is reports that they are preparing a major movement into Iran. However, that's about the extent of what of the information that we have so far. 6 hours ago, insane video appears to show the moment last night that storm drains across the Iranian capital of Tehran exploded and burst into flames as a result of runoff from the Sharan oil depot and other oil infrastructure across Tehran. Let's take a look at that. One more time. That is insanity. Wow. That's a pretty interesting clip there. I don't think I've seen anything like that. Again, this is from runoff from those oil depots running into the storm drains, and then obviously the fumes caught fire there, caused an explosion. A systematic chain of explosions down all of those manhole covers down the street. That is wild. That is wild footage. I've seen videos of stuff like this happening in the past. Like a gas pipe will leak into a sewer system, or fumes or something like that, and then it catches fire and it blows the lids off or whatever. Or steam. I've seen clips of steam, pressure blowing off lids and stuff like that. But this is something else. This is wild. You can see that there, frame by frame, it's just systematically exploding at each point down the road there. Pretty crazy. Khalid asks, Nemico Network, how do you think this ends? I think this ends two ways. One of two ways. Either one, the U.S. backs out because it's getting too hot, and they want to avoid a complete catastrophe of another Afghanistan, another Iraq situation here, and they want to avoid a economic disaster, right, with this strait closure. That's the first way I see it ending. The second way I see it ending is with a McDonald's on every block in Tehran. On every street corner in Tehran will be a McDonald's and a KFC location. And Walmart will probably get Walmarts in every province in Iran. Those are two ways I see it ending. One of those two ways. And again, waits to be seen how that's going to go. Yeah, that was a pretty crazy clip. That's one of the craziest clips I've seen. So far, actually. It's just this clip of these sewers exploding. And you can see after it's done, you can see where each manhole cover is. Like, there's one there, there's one there. And there must have been fumes lingering, like, above ground, because you see kind of like, the fire kind of trailing there. Yeah, and on my headphones that I'm wearing, I could feel the kind of the shockwave from those. Yeah, very interesting clip. 6 hours ago, the UAE.
Alarm. Misgav Am.
So we have, again, a alarm there. Again, that's a confrontation line alert in northern Israel. Just one, though, that came through. One second here. Let me see. How is that even possible from oil runoff with no ignition source, Nemico? Well, again, if you have the runoff and it creates fumes, it doesn't take much of an ignition source to cause that. I mean, somebody could have flicked a cigarette butt, towards the storm drain. There's many things that could have caused it. Static buildup, static discharge. LD429 says methane gases, maybe, possibly. Again, they are saying it was from oil runoff. Who knows? It was pretty violent explosion. I know. I mean, I know. Like at those oil depots. I mean, like those. Maybe not necessarily crude oil. I'm not sure if crude oil does off gas. Does crude oil have flammable off gases? Does crude oil? Yeah, crude oil does. It is burned and flammable. And crude oil does off gas. Yeah, crude oil off gases include light components like methane, ethane, propane, and butane. Yeah, so those off gases are definitely combustible, 100%. So yeah, as LD429 says, that could have been off gassing of like methane and some of those other more volatile gases that just combusted. LD429 says Taco Bell. Khalid says, he says they could do it in Iraq or Afghanistan. Would they be able to do it in Iran? GDP says, why would you want to poison Iranians with McDonald's? I mean, I don't personally. But he asked, you know, how I see this ending. Those are the two ways I see it ending. Miss Tiger Eyes says, why not Popeyes? It could be a Popeyes. Who knows? I mean, maybe Popeyes, maybe their shareholders will see an opportunity. Bubba says fumes are worse than the actual fuel itself. Yeah, I mean, they're more combustible than the actual... I mean, crude oil burns, but the fumes it puts off, I mean, methane, butane, propane, stuff like that, that stuff is definitely very highly combustible. Babisa, thank you so much for the super chat. Highly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Naya says, Trump told ABC News that the new Supreme Leader will, quote, have to get his approval. Quote, we want to make sure that we don't have to go back every 10 years. See, that would be an interesting off-ramp to see here. If, you know, we kind of have like a Venezuela situation where the incoming Supreme Leader in Iran, you know, is able to, again, kind of like chill things out and offer an off-ramp for the U.S. That's possible. However, everything we're hearing right now is that that new Supreme Leader is possibly more radical than his father. Again, we'll have to see. Kimberly says, I'm sure if the regime collapses, there will be McDonald's and Walmarts everywhere. Wes says Saudi Arabia and UAE under attack. Wes, excuse me, I did not know you were over on Twitch there. I've been looking for your messages. Saudi Arabia and UAE under attack. Did you post something? Never mind. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for that. Refresh our feed here. Yep, Saudi Arabia and UAE under attack 10 seconds ago. So there is a fresh Iranian attack coming in right now. Scotty Knows 54 says, I vote Nemico for Supreme Leader. That would be an interesting change of events. 10 seconds from the IRGC, Fars News Agency, posts a poem about the new leadership. Take the staff from your father, and now set your resolve toward the Nile. Now avenge his death with the death of Israel. It's not much of a poem. I'll give the IRGC one thing. They are for their art, even though this is clearly AI generated. This is 110% AI generated. In fact, hold on one second. I'm going to do some image analysis really quick here. I bet you guys any money. Bet you guys any amount of money here that this is in fact AI generated. I mean, I can already kind of tell, but I gotta get, you gotta get the concrete proof here. Okay, yeah. So this image is 97% fake. Confidence high. And this isn't even this isn't even like my go-to analysis tool. I just pumped this into the first AI image detector tool that I found in Google. I mean, there's like much more intricate analysis that you can do here. But usually if you just pump it into one of these tools, they're going to tell you if it's fake or not. And that is most definitely not a legit painting. But they like to make it look like, you know, they got these painters and stuff doing all this intricate art. They really love their use of AI, and it really surprises me. All these videos they put out are AI generated. Skies says the Houthis might really join in to help. Interesting. Nia Lucier says, how do I share a video or post? I really want to know what is going on with the Iran women's football team. You could post stuff in the Discord. That's where I recommend you put it. Post it over in the Discord in whatever channel, you know, is relevant, and then @mention. You can @mention me, and I could take a look at it. You should also be able to drop a link in the live chat. You guys can do that. I do allow people to drop links in the live chat as well. Yeah, if you guys could hit the like button real quick, just again, so we can get the algorithm's attention here today. Yeah, big shout out to everybody that's tuning in on Twitch. I see you guys over there, and I'm looking at you. It's good to see you. Osiris says, is it signed? You mean, is the image signed? Scotty Knows 54 asks, what tool are you using for AI detection? I use a bunch of tools. Zero GPT is good. I mean, like I do use that one every once in a while. There's a few. We have a whole list of them in rPanel, which I'll be publishing. I think I included some in the OSINT tools list that I just published yesterday on the Discord under our forensics category. Yeah, imageforensic.org. That one's in our forensics category for image analysis on the OSINT Tools channel in the Discord. That's a good one. There's quite a few. I mean, using something like EXIF, you can look at like metadata and stuff like that. Oftentimes, like metadata will even give some indicators if the image was generated. But there are a lot of AI image detection tools out there, and a lot of them work very good. Zero GPT, My Detector is a pretty good one. was it AI? What was it? Was it AI? It's all like one word. WASITAI. That's a decent one. I believe they have a GitHub, if I'm not mistaken. But most of those, like, they can detect, you know, if it was Midjourney, DALL-E, Nano Banana, or other generators. GPT as well. Honestly, like, you can, a lot of, like, modern LLMs, like Claude, or especially, like, ChatGPT, you can literally just pump an image into that, and it'll run analysis itself. Like, they are within themselves capable of analyzing if an image is AI generated. There are a lot of tools that can do it. I usually use the ones I've been using the longest. Those are usually the ones that I usually stick to. Yeah, Miss Tiger, I asked, is it signed? Did you mean the image? Lee Fuller says they got Windows XP. They best they can do. Hey, don't clown on XP. XP is, I think, was one of the best operating systems ever made. At least when it comes to Windows. I'm more of a Linux guy now, though, but XP was the vibe back in the day. Excuse me. Yeah, the painting. Where was that? Which tab did I have that? Oh, here we go. It does not look to be signed unless that is the signature there. Actually, I'm going to try something really quick. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. All right, that might take a few minutes to process. Give me a minute. All right, that was 7 minutes ago. Hold on, let's check our oil futures. We're up at 108 now, holding steady at 108. 2 minutes going short, we have new Hamane. He might even be following me already. I see this as a very short job. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, we had that report again. Saudi Arabia and the UAE is currently under an Iranian attack. We're waiting to get more information out on that right now. The E6B Mercury is up in the air. Currently off Virginia Beach. Cataclysm posted about that in the aircraft channel over on the Discord. That's always fun to see. Always fun to see your E6B Mercuries up in the air. Of course, what's funny is it's not on our top track. Let me see if I can. Give me 1 second here. Let's see if we can find it. Is that it? That's it right there. Yeah. Here's our Boeing E6B Mercury up in the air. Took off from Paczent. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that. I mean, this is an American name here, and I can't even pronounce that one. I got to work on that. Paczent River. Paczent. Sure, I'm butchering that. It's heading across the Atlantic Ocean here at the moment. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it this far out either. Scotty knows says that's just his name. Yeah, I know. I'm actually translating the text right now via the image itself. Kimberly says Dow futures tumble 900 points as U.S. oil tops $100 a barrel to begin this week's trading. CNBC 30 minutes ago. Yeah, went down 107. Yeah, I'm guessing that this is going to continue to climb as news spreads of this. But we'll wait and see. Mujtaba has the same chief of security as his father. And again, this is the guy that failed to protect the no longer dead. Sorry, no longer alive Supreme Leader. Oh, hey, fun fact, Scotty. It's not his name. It's currently translating right now to there is no God but Allah. Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. Is what that text in that image translates to. Yeah, give me 1 second here. No, don't do that. Why is it not? There we go, I got it. Okay, give me 1 second. I translated it. This is what it translated to. Right here. That's what that text directly translated to. Yes, I'm hearing some more small arms fire out of Beirut right now. Anyway, we're going to continue going on through our poster. I'll refresh one more time, see if we got anything new coming in. If there's anything I missed. I don't think so. I think we covered all that. Yeah, so we're going to continue to go through our older posts. We're at the 6-hour mark now. We're going to try to get down to 12 hours here. Same video appears to show the moment last night that storm drains. Oh, we saw that one. Here we were. The UAE Ministry of Defense. Again, that was the footage of them taking out those drones that I showed you earlier.
Target destroyed.
Oh, hey. They're speaking English here. Oh, we're definitely hearing small arms fire here in Beirut. Nice. Let's notice that they print the word God with a small g. That might have just been the AI translation. Or is that something they do? Again, I'm not too familiar with the customs. Yeah, definitely hearing some small arms fire. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this here. Come back to it. There's this video here again. They're speaking English in this video, and I did not originally realize that. So we can listen into the communications there. Yeah, orb top right. You guys are all obsessed with the orbs. All right, let's go ahead and watch this video here. Pretty sure, yeah, this Apache. I was about to say, it sounds like an Apache.
Target destroyed. Target destroyed. Target destroyed. Target destroyed. Target destroyed. Target destroyed, sir. Sir, target destroyed. Target destroyed.
So they're intercepting these drones over open water here. Again, using that M230 chain gun. Which is 30 mil, by the way. That's a 30 mil chain gun. Sorry. Hearing more... Again, more small arms fire over Beirut. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, wow, yeah. Does sound like a firefight is happening here in Beirut at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on Beirut here. But I'm going to continue to go through our posts here. Definitely sounds like a little bit of a skirmish is happening in Beirut at the moment. Seven hours ago, the UAE Ministry of Defense released footage of that AH-64E Apache helicopter shooting down Iranian one-way attack drones over the Persian Gulf using their M230 chain guns. We just watched that footage a second ago. 7 hours ago, a drone alert activated across multiple northern Israeli border towns. And wow, I'm hearing a lot of gunfire here out of Beirut at the moment. 7 hours ago, asked earlier about whether he was concerned about the risk to Americans in the United States from the ongoing war against Iran. President Trump told Mary Bruce with ABC News, quote, "I'm not worried about anything." He is not worried one bit. 7 hours ago, police in Oslo, Norway, have now confirmed that the U.S. Embassy was targeted earlier tonight by an explosive device. I know you guys were talking about that earlier. I'm still waiting to get more information on if that was related in any way to what's going on here in the Middle East. However, it's possible. U.S. Israeli airstrikes hitting the IRGC targets in Tehran, Isfahan, and Qom at the moment. We can take a look here. No audio on this video, but again, you can see some airstrikes that occurred there. Miss Tiger is saying Trump posted on Truth Social about oil prices. Let me bring that up right now, actually. Truth Social has the wildest ads. All right, 12 minutes ago from President Trump, quote, short-term oil prices, which will drop rapidly when the destruction of the Iran nuclear threat is over, is a very small price to pay for the USA and world safety and peace. Only fools would think differently, President Donald J. Trump. Thanks for your attention to this matter, as he says. I was just looking through to see if he had posted anything other that was kind of Iran related today. Yeah, he posted this in response to their apology. Yeah, again, shortly after this post was made, they immediately struck more of those Iranian, more of those Gulf nations. Iran struck more of those Gulf nations. Yeah, this E6B Mercury seems to be heading out somewhere, which is very interesting. Very interesting. It's not even in the top track right now, which is interesting. More tankers taking off from Tel Aviv at the moment. And I keep getting sidetracked. Yeah, don't worry, we're going to get through the rest of these posts here. Yeah, I agree. It can't be short-term. When you take out oil from the overall picture, prices will go up. Yeah, I mean, prices are definitely going to continue to go up here with oil. We're at 169.92 on the oil futures here. Prices are no doubt going to go up. I mean, that's a given. That's going to happen, especially like the longer that this strait is closed down, again, 20% give or take of the world's oil passes through this little choke point here. And the thing you got to understand about oil prices is if one part of the oil economy, of the global oil economy, so to speak, is hindered, it affects all of its other parts. It affects the entire oil economy dramatically. You know, it's not just, it's not just, the price going up because of what's going on right here, right? Like, just because this choke point, like knocking 20% off, that's gonna cause a ripple effect of oil price increase across the board. So not just oil that's coming out of the Gulf here, but coming out of other nations as well. Again, it's kind of like a ripple effect. CENTCOM, 7 hours ago, has issued a warning to civilians across Iran, urging them to shelter in place as they state the Iranian regime is utilizing heavily populated civilian areas to conduct military operations. Let's go ahead and I'll take you through this post here. Hold on, let's just do it like this. That's better. And we'll go and split this again so we can keep an eye on that feed. Out of Tampa, Florida, U.S. Central Command is issuing a safety warning to civilians in Iran March 8th as Iran's terrorist regime blatantly disregards the safety of innocent people. The Iranian regime is using heavily populated civilian areas to conduct military operations, including launching one-way attack drones and ballistic missiles. This dangerous decision risks the lives of civilians in Iran, since the locations used for military purposes lose protected status and could become legitimate military targets under international law. Iranian forces are using crowded areas surrounded by civilians in cities such as Dezvul, Esfahan, Shiraz, to launch attack drones and ballistic missiles. And once again, we're hearing more small arms fire out of Beirut. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I'll bump up the volume a little bit here, but you should be able to hear that coming in. That same footage here. 7 hours ago, the Israeli Air Force began extensive waves of strikes against regime terror targets across Iran and other regions.
Alarm. Netanya West. Baqa Albia. Hadera East. Hadera West. Hadera Center. Hadera Neve Chaim. Pardes Chana Karkur. Harish, Caesarea, Or Akiva, El-Fachim, Binyamina, Zichron Yaakov, Meir Shefaya, Bet Yitzchak, Sha'ar Chefer.
Is it me, or are we getting double audio from the air raid map here? Or is it just me? I don't have two of them open, though, so I'm wondering if that's like just a bug that's happening with the map. Yeah, it sounds double. What's interesting, though, is I do not have two of them up. Oh my god, wait. Hold on a second. I have an entire other browser window with all of the tabs that we are using right now from the last stream I did completely open, and I did not realize it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have set up this new one. I would have just used that one. That's why we got double. All right, it should be fixed now. Yeah, we definitely had two going. I had two identical browsers opened with all of the tabs that I'm using for all this stuff that I'm showing you. Did not realize it. My bad. My bad. Alright, so yeah, we're getting air raid alerts here for portions of kind of central to northern Israel here. With more still coming in. Anonymous asks, name of the air raid map. There should be a link to that in the description below this live stream, Anonymous, if you want to just use the link. But the name of it is Tzofar, T-Z-O-F-A-R, Red Alert. It's called Tzofar Red Alert. But yeah, there's a link to that in the description right below the YouTube. And if one of the mods wants to drop a link in that in the live chat, that'd be appreciated for anybody that wants to take a look at that. I am, for those that have been asking for it, I'm setting up, so over on the Discord we have the Middle East category tracking this tracking this situation that's been ongoing here, and I'm planning to put a dedicated OSINT tools channel in there with like a list that'll just have OSINT tools that are focused on Iran, or sorry, the Middle East, I guess, in general. So tools like this one that are specifically for the Middle East will be listed over there in that channel. I haven't done that yet. I'll probably do that later. Oh, she says it's not in there. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Yes, it is. It is in there. It's at the bottom of the list. So if you look in the description below this live stream, there's a category that says some OSINT resources. It's at the bottom of that list of OSINT resources. And I will actually go ahead and copy that link and put it in the live chat real quick. There you go. Anonymous, good to see you tuning back in after all this. She says, I see it. You're good, you're good. Yeah, so far alert map. Yeah, they have an app as well, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I use it in the browser. Especially for doing the stream like this. Decay says, do you think the 82nd could get activated for this? It's always possible, however, I think it's unlikely. As I've mentioned before, I think if any boots are on the ground are going to be utilized here, it's going to be, again, small contingent forces, probably special operations units operating along other elements like the Kurds, if the Kurds get moved in. However, I will say, you know, if there's a larger on the boots on the ground offensive, again, the 82nd would be probably one of the first to go in, as that is their job essentially. There are a number of units across the military that are on like prepare to deploy orders. They're always on. Like there's a rotation. So like even not in wartime, there's always like certain units that are on like prepare to deploy orders, and they go first in the event of a conflict. That's just kind of again, it's always been a thing. That's how the military operates. I know a lot of people like earlier this week were worried that we were sending, like, one of the indicators that people were causing people to worry, I should say, was that the 82nd got pulled from some training exercises. But those things, stuff like that happens all the time, all the freaking time. And again, shouldn't be looked at as a indicator that they're about to put boots on the ground in a large way. I don't think that's the case here. I stand by my previous assessment on that. Shawnee Richmond says there got to be a MEU full of Marines already over there right now. There probably is. I mean, again, we do station forces in the Middle East all the time. Of course, there are going to be forces there in some capacity, because you never know when something's going to happen. You have to have you have to be prepared. Might as well, have them there and not need them than to need them and not have them. Naya says everyone's losing their mind over the Iran soccer team. All right, we'll continue going through our open source intelligence posts here. Yesterday, Iranian state media, Fars News Agency, reported that Iran plans a, quote, strategic change to its list of American and Israeli targets in response to strikes on its oil infrastructure. So most likely they're going to start targeting oil infrastructure in the region, probably in the Gulf nations there, and possibly they'll try to ramp up strikes on oil tankers in the Strait. That could be, again, what we might see here in the next few days. 7 hours ago, loud explosions near military headquarters in Khurramabad, Iran. One second here. Yeah, I'm looking into the whole Iranian women's soccer team thing. That's the first I had heard of it, actually. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Yeah, I'll definitely be looking further into that. Seven hours ago, the United States and Israel have discussed sending special forces into Iran to secure its stockpile of highly enriched uranium. Again, guys, this is the bingo here that I've been leading towards, that I've been telling you guys over and over again over the past week. Again, if boots are on the ground, it's going to be in this capacity here, again, to secure strategic targets inside of Iran. If they can secure that uranium, if they can secure that stockpile of highly enriched uranium, or possibly destroy it in some way, they can secure or destroy that highly enriched uranium, perhaps the U.S. could find an off-ramp. And kind of back out here. You know what I mean? If they can make sure that Iran is hindered enough, if they are destroyed enough, right? Okay, if their infrastructure has been destroyed enough, and they can, again, secure that stockpile of highly enriched uranium, they could say, job well done. Boom, we solved the problem. At least, I mean, realistically, that would only be a temporary fix. But it might buy the U.S. another 20 years or something like that, and possibly the CIA can figure out some way to, again, usher in regime change, right, down the road. That could be an off-ramp, though. And I've said, again, mentioning, as we brought up boots on the ground, I've mentioned, that obviously to do some of those more surgical things, you would need some boots on the ground in some capacity. But again, this post saying the United States and Israel have discussed sending special forces into Iran to secure its stockpile of highly enriched uranium at a later stage of the war. Again, probably only once they have, finished bombarding the hell out of Iran and possibly have taken out more of its military command structure. Again, likely only to take place after both countries are confident Iran's military can no longer, fight back in a capacity which, would hinder that operation. Backify says, I read that they were able to reach one of the sites. Trump said it was obliterated. Marco says, unrealistic is at that point you're looking at a full-on invasion. No, so, again, a full-on invasion wouldn't be needed. Again, look at what we did in Venezuela, all right? We pulled the Venezuelan president out of his bed at 3 o'clock in the morning while he was sleeping, you know what I mean, in the midst of a compound filled with a couple thousand Venezuelan security forces there. If they bomb and bombard, right, the area around where these sites are located, right, and they make it extremely hard for the Iranians to even, put up any small form of resistance, they can move in there, again, under the cover of Israeli and U.S. air support, right, and secure again, this highly enriched uranium, or at least at the very least, by secure doesn't mean to take it, right? Secure could mean to destroy it beyond it being able to be used. Right, there are ways to do that, all right? There are many ways that they could pull that off, again, without needing any type of full-scale invasion. Doug says, anyone else find it weird that there aren't as many live feeds from Israel as there was on October 7th? We have a few. I mean, we have, what? We got Tel Aviv, which seems to be... Oh, there we go. We got Tel Aviv. We got Jerusalem. There's a couple others. There's been some out of Haifa. And I know we have, what? We got 2 Jerusalem feeds. We got 2 Tel Aviv feeds currently. Yeah, I guess there's not as many as October 7th, but we do have a few. Yeah, Isfahan, Becca. Yeah. Yeah, Isfahan. That's definitely one of their major nuclear sites. West Lester says 2 U.S. Navy Pegasus in Tel Aviv. Let me take a look here. KC-46As. Yeah, KC-46A, KC-46A. So they're just taking off. Got another cargo flight coming inbound here. KC-135R, KC-135R. Yeah, these are all taken off out of Tel Aviv at the moment. And then, that's that A330. Yeah, Dubai is busy once again. Dubai seems like it's still functioning. Yeah, quite a few flights heading into Dubai. A lot of tanker traffic at the moment, though. Let's get a head count here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 tankers coming out of Tel Aviv at the moment. Becca says, yeah, Isfahan, Trump said it was obliterated, but they were able to reach the uranium there. So Isfahan, again, is here. Excuse me. Isfahan is here. Basically smack dab in the middle of Iran. Again, if they were to bombard a lot of the sites from the Persian Gulf here upwards and kind of clear a path for some UH-60 Blackhawks to roll in here, again with some special operations units, there's a very good possibility they could secure the nuclear sites there. Or possibly, you know, again, a lot of those are hardened sites, some underground. Again, all they need to do is roll in there and blow those up. As long as we can destroy their enriched stockpiles. Again, that's a possibility. That is a possibility that the U.S. could look at trying to carry out. Or at least getting targeting, you know, acquire the targets, right, for those sites, right? And then call in airstrikes with, like, heavy penetrator bombs on those sites around Isfahan, which I believe are on the kind of southwestern edge of Isfahan here, near these mountains, I believe is where those sites are located, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so that's their reactor research, which, again, from what I've read, a lot of their uranium enrichment has been done not only near Isfahan, but a lot of it was done at Natanz, which is, trying to find Natanz here on the map. You have Fordo, Natanz, and then Isfahan are like the 3 main sites. We can hear those reporters on the roof in Beirut giving a report right now. That comes as we've been hearing a lot of small arms fire out of Beirut. Where the hell is Natanz? I know it's right. It's not far from Isfahan. There's Natanz. It's been right in front of my face literally the entire time. So yeah, here's Natanz here. Again, it's right on those mountains. Right around those mountains there. And of course you have Isfahan. And then Fordo. Fordo is up more, I'm pretty sure. Not that far. I could just search it. That'd probably be the way to go here. It's in the Guam province. Yeah, it's right below Tehran. Yeah, here's Guam. Here's Fordo right here, yeah. Also in the mountains. This is Fordo right here. Also buried in the mountains. So again, those are like the hardened sites where they're keeping that enriched uranium. Call sign MMF-64, Netherlands aircraft south of Qatar, long ways from home, military. Take a look at that real quick. South of Qatar. MMF-64, south of Qatar. Oh, yeah, there it is. South of Dubai. Yeah, Airbus A330. Ms. Tiger Eye in the chat says, IDF, a short while ago, the IDF identified missiles launched from Iran toward the territory of the state of Israel. That was 4 minutes ago. Let's take a look what we got new. And of course, it's giving me a hard time. Oh, whoops. Oh. Yeah, of course it's giving me a hard time. Give me one moment. Yeah, I got a bunch of new posts that came in on the feed. Iran launches its first missile wave against Israel under the new supreme leader. This is again under that new supreme leader. This is the first strike against Israel since he has been elected. Cataclysm says it's a tanker. Oh yeah, most definitely, most definitely. The Becca says, Pete Hegseth fired Director of Defense Intelligence Lieutenant General Jeffrey Cruz for contradicting Trump in his assessment report that the site had been, quote, obliterated. I had read about that, yeah. Give me 1 second here. Again, I'm just looking through more small arms fire. And we have sirens sounding above Tel Aviv. Betty Spaghetti, thanks for doing the clip. Thanks for clipping. Miss Chris, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the subscribe. I appreciate it. Highly, highly appreciate it. I'm checking that clip right now. I imagine you meant like that there was tracer fire. However, I'm not seeing it. Clear path for some UH-60 Blackhawks. Here's some explosions, too. Sky says in this clip you can, 2 or 3 tracers on the right side. In this clip, you can see 2 or 3 tracers on the right side. Oh, yeah, okay, I see him. I see him. So again, for those just joining us, we just had, again, air raid sirens out of Israel. Simultaneously, we're watching Beirut, and there's definitely some skirmishes happening on the ground there. We're hearing automatic gunfire, small arms fire, and also, we just had a clip of tracer fires. Tracer rounds kind of going into the air above the city there in Beirut, coming from our live feed here. Giovanni says, what time is he coming on? What time is who coming on? Nice says air raid sirens coming from Beirut right now? No, they're coming from Tel Aviv. Unless there was separate sirens coming from Beirut. So again, we're keeping an eye on both of these cities here tonight. I'm pretty sure we heard some interceptions above Tel Aviv. Yeah, that explosion was over Tel Aviv. It was an interception, I believe, is what we just heard. 777, good to see you, man. He says, luckily no TARP attacks yet. No, we have not seen any TARP attacks. Not yet, at least. You never know. We might see something soon. DJ Blu-ray, good to see you. Says greetings from Canada. Good to see you tuning in tonight, DJ. Good to see you. I'll continue to go through our posts here. Actually, really quick, I'm going to refresh. Let's go here. Oh, more tracer fire on the Beirut cam. You guys see that? More tracers going in the sky. We might have to switch over to our video, our focus feed here, and take a look at what's going on. Because we are definitely... Hold on, I want to make sure all these are... Yeah, they're all live. So these are all up to date. They haven't strayed behind a few seconds or minutes. Yeah, so I have a plugin that shows me like little audio meters for each camera. It would be kind of hard to display that on the stream here without taking up a bunch of room and making it annoying, but I have little audio meters that show me which feed is, you know, having increased audio. So like when an explosion or like a alarm starts going off, I can quickly tell, okay, like, yeah, that's Tel Aviv, that's Beirut, etc. Kimberly says you can always tell who are the OG Nemico subscribers when the tarp is mentioned. That is for sure. That is for sure. Tasty Cakes asks, why is he filming that building? For OPSEC. The IDF, again, basically has put it out for any of those reporters that are filming from the rooftop buildings to point their cameras down and away from the skyline during attacks so that the Iranians can't use that as propaganda. Also for operational security purposes, I imagine. Yes, that is the hospital dead center, Urkel. That's what we're seeing there. And actually, am I using the same feed right now? I am. I'm using the same feed. Let me switch this one. We're going to switch that one to that one right there. So, Betty Spaghetti asks, what are the tracers exactly? Just bullets? Yes, they're bullets. So, a tracer round is, again, just basically it's just a bullet with, you know, a little bit of a, little bit of material that burns very brightly and very hot, right? Again, that way you can do it as exactly as the name entails. You can trace your shots. You know, you can adjust fire because you can see your shots as they sail through the air, so you can adjust your fires. See, we see another one going up right there. Again, they're most likely targeting possibly some Israeli drones that are in the air in the skies there. No problem, no problem. Yeah, let me know when you guys want me to keep going here, and I can switch back over to the feed and keep going through our open source intelligence reports. But again, it seems like we were having some action here in Beirut. Sky says, I know you have Restream, but are you using Streamlabs or OBS or just OBS? I use OBS with a whole slew of plugins and some custom APIs as well. I used to use Streamlabs, but it's too bulky and not as feature rich. And it's not compatible with a lot of the APIs that I'm using. And I'm actually looking at moving away from Restream and using a different multi-streaming platform here soon. Restream is kind of lame, if you ask me. I've used it since Ukraine. However, I'm looking at using one that will allow me to stream to more platforms without having to pay for it. Tiger, I remember Sam. Shandi says, keep scrolling through OSINT. Come back if altered. I shall. We'll do that. Yeah, we'll get back over there. And we'll continue going through our posts. Let's see if we got anything new that came in, though. U.S. Air Force B-1B Lancer Bone heavy bomber taking off for another Iran strike mission yesterday. One hell of an aircraft there. Taking off the runway. 1 second here. This guy says, yeah, no, I was just thinking of ways we could put the sound on stream so people could see which feeds coming from. I've done that in the past. So during Ukraine, we had audio meters for each camera and stuff. Just in this layout like this, the less that I have on screen, the better. That's kind of been my line of thinking. I have gone through, over the past 5 years, 4 or 5 years here, I have gone through probably 100 different iterations of stream layouts for these types of streams. I mean, as many of you that have been watching for a long time know, it changes quite often as I try new things and experiment with new things. Over the past year or two of me not streaming, that whole time was spent doing R&D, just, kind of going through iterations of, what works as I, kind of built those new automated OSINT streams and built the new cam streams and developed different systems and software to do this stuff that I'm doing now. Gone through many iterations, but yeah, having we could always add something, but then again, it's just going to take away. It's going to take away from something else. It's a give and take kind of thing. The trade-offs, you know what I mean? Of you put extra stuff on screen, and then you're again taking away real estate and focus. And so I don't want it to look extremely clustered, like like the OSINT stream, especially for these reports. During the OSINT streams or the cam streams, yeah, I have audio meters, right? That's fine to have audio meters on stuff. But during these report streams, I like to have it as clean and minimalist as possible. Yeah, Tanjario says, the clock is too big. I remember that. I do remember that. Yeah. Again, fiddling with all sorts of stuff. We had I mean, a million different stream layouts that we've experimented with over the years. And, one thing I found was, I would change something, and, a lot of people would, I'd change something, based on popular request, and, then another group of people would dislike it, right? You know what I mean? You'd make these changes, and either half of the people would like them, or half of them would hate them. So that's kind of partially the reason why we have a separate cam stream from an OSINT stream now when we do those 24/7 ones, is because some people do just like to have, all the information coming from the OSINT, and some people just like to have the cam streams and just want to focus on those and not have a bunch of stuff cluttering up the screen when they just want to be looking at different camera feeds. You know what I mean? So I found there's kind of two demographics, and that's why I ended up deciding on splitting, up those two streams. I went through, the 2 years of data that I had, the 2 years of analytics that I had from Ukraine and Israel, Gaza, and everything that happened during that time, and saw that there was clearly two demographics of people that liked different things, and so that's why we switched. That's why we switched up and did that. That's why we now have, again, dedicated open source intelligence stream and a dedicated camera stream. I have been working on a new alternative to those, though, that I'm going to try out here probably in the coming weeks. Again, I like to have, I've been kind of slacking on it the past couple nights, but I do like to have those camera streams and those OSINT streams running in between when I'm giving these reports. I like to have those running 24/7, but I've been taking them down a lot to, kind of work on those continuously. Again, that automated system is a little finicky, and I've been trying to, kind of flush that out and get that working good before I put them up fully for 24 hours and just keep them up. Eventually, they'll just stay up the whole time. But, the past couple nights they've been down because I've been working on one of the APIs which I use for those. So, new footage here coming in of that B1B. Ms. Tiger says, Nemico Network, check the videos I just posted in Situation Room. More cluster munition mentions over Israel. Let me take a look. Yeah, Iran mounted another cluster munition ballistic missile attack on Israel tonight with sirens currently sounding of another incoming salvo. And of course the video is not loading. There we go. Yeah, so right away again, guys, two things I could tell you about this. It is clearly on fire. I don't know if you could... Can you see this? Does this look okay? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, that looks okay. All right, again, clearly on fire. This has clearly been a munition that has been intercepted. And you can clearly see it breaking apart. And you can clearly see... Well, I don't know if you guys could see that there. Can you see that there? You can clearly see them burning up and breaking apart. Another argument here is that, again, these types of cluster munitions don't disperse the bomblets that high into the air. It's another reason why I'm thinking these are not cluster munitions. On top of that, the cluster munitions don't have, like, rockets on each bomblet, right? So if this was, like, a natural deployment of a cluster munition, you would not see individual rockets like that, okay? It's not like a bunch of rockets. They're bomblets. They fall via gravity. And I know, again, we've gone over this probably, what is this, like the third or fourth time this week that we've gone over this? But another thing that makes me... again, highly skeptical. It's just how they're all burning up. You could tell there's, like, I don't know if you guys could see down here at the screen, but almost like a meteor burning up. And another thing here is that if this was intercepted, if this was a cluster munition that had been intercepted, right, those bomblets would detonate. They're not just gonna be on fire, right? They're not gonna just be smoldering in the air. Again, they're most likely going to detonate as soon as they are impacted by an interceptor missile. Yeah, they're like little yes, exactly, as Urkel says. They're like little canister-shaped bomb... They call them bomblets. And yes, Miss Tiger, I've noticed the same thing from OSINT Technical, like... And I'm sure he's just sharing these from other sources. Yeah, this commenter here says, funny how the video of cluster munitions never show the impact. And I'm not... Listen, I'm not disregarding the possibility that Iran has or could use cluster munitions. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not putting that outside the realm of possibility. But I can tell you from my experience of observing cluster munitions, right? Of seeing them be used... right, and knowing how they work, this does not, to me, this does not, again, look like a cluster munition. This looks like a missile that was intercepted. We've seen other videos of these larger ballistic missiles that they have get intercepted and then have debris raining down. What you're most likely seeing here is two parts, right? You're seeing two parts of the ballistic missile system that has been struck and is raining back down to Earth. A lot of these videos look very similar. It just says cluster impacts just posted in Situation Room. Let me look. Let me look. So this is also coming from OSINT Technical, which I find interesting. Cluster munition impacts reported in Rishon LeZion. Gnostic says it's so hard to trust any image or video nowadays, or maybe I'm just jaded. No, you are being smart. You are being smart. You cannot trust anything you see. As Gafford says, if they had used cluster munitions, Israel would have it all over their media. As Urkel says, I don't know if we ever did get solid clarification if it was used. Exactly. Exactly. And I do feel like the IDF and the Israelis would say they would definitely broadcast that. I mean, again, it's a violation of humanitarian law, and I'm sure they would probably say something about that. They would probably publicize that. And yeah, this video that we're seeing here, again, could easily be debris damage. However, I'm seeing what looks to be like some shrapnel there. However, again, it's hard to tell in this really, really pixelated video. Yeah, this commenter says, so it's just like shrapnel, like cluster bombs. Again, I'm still highly skeptical of this. Yeah, as Digit says, hard to tell from the video, but it did just happen. Need more sources. Exactly, we need more sources on this stuff. I do find it interesting that these are coming almost exclusively from OSINT Technical. Again, I'm working on a video about these, and I kind of go into more depth on how these cluster munitions work. More specifically, how ballistic missile-mounted cluster munitions work. And there's some clips that I'll be showing you guys in that kind of go over what we would expect to see from a cluster munition. And you're not going to see this, right? See this right here? See that right there? See how it burns out like that? Again, this looks like something that was intercepted and broke apart. And we're going to need more sources. We're definitely going to need more sources on this. And yeah, as Gafford, all bombs make shrapnel. That is true. Bubba says Trump would definitely be screaming about it if it was true. Exactly. Lee Fuller, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Naya asks some very good questions. Says, every international law is being broken left and right. Why are cluster munition bombs a red line to cross? Specifically because cluster munitions are listed as a... it's a violation of an international humanitarian law to use cluster munitions. When they were used by the Russians in Ukraine, which we had confirmation of the Russians using them in Ukraine, again, that was all over the news. It was all over the news when they did that. It was a big deal, right? It's as if if Iran gassed Tel Aviv right now with like chlorine gas, right? It would be a really big deal. There's a difference between using a cluster munition like this and using just like a standard ballistic missile, right? Or like a cruise missile or a one-way attack drone, right? And it has to do with, again, how these munitions work and what their impact are on, you know, residential areas, again, where those munitions fall, and how they fall, how they disperse, etc. Dappa asks, has Iran ever used clusters in the past? Yes. Yes, there has been evidence of them using and fielding cluster munitions in the past. So again, it's not outside the realm of possibility here. However, I'm telling you that, again, this, to me, this does not look, and I've seen a couple of these videos now, you know, where they say, oh, it's a cluster munition, and I've seen videos of missiles being intercepted and behaving like this as well, where it's not stated that they are a cluster munition. So that's something to just keep in mind. Yeah, as John Tario says, cluster munitions are not accurate and hit a, they don't hit a specific target. They're meant to randomly hit a wide area. So again, more of a possibility of collateral damage, you know, civilian impacts on civilians. Cascade says Ukraine started to use cluster munitions before Russia. That is not true. No, that is definitely false. Again, we witnessed day by day the events unfold in Ukraine, and we witnessed the first use of cluster munitions during one of our live streams as that news broke. Dude says lots of reports saying there are cluster munitions, even Grok confirming, but again, you know, what does Grok go off of? But they are all linking to the same video. Yeah, this is the exact same video. Too Easy says that's irrelevant when they are using missiles indiscriminately to attack civilians. They are already violating international law. I mean, of course, right? But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the types of munitions being used and which munitions fall under those amnesty laws, those humanitarian laws, which again, cluster munitions again do directly violate that. And again, it would be something that would be highly publicized. Khalid says, I mean, what's the U.S. going to do? Bomb Iran fuel reservoirs? Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're already doing that now. Screaming Engine makes a really good point. They tend to land undetonated, too. Yes, that's another reason why they're banned so heavily, is because a lot of those bomblets have a possibility of not detonating on impact. And then, you know, they're found days later by a kid that's walking around his yard or something like that, and it blows up. It's the same reason why, like those butterfly mines that get dispersed, like that the Russians have been using. Why those are, you know, frowned upon so much. Again, because they get dispersed over a wide area, and then, you know, some kid walks up on one and gets his head, you know, gets blown up. Yeah, we're hearing a lot of gunfire out of Beirut at the moment, actually. Yeah, I would not trust... People rely way too heavily on Grok to confirm things. Definitely do not trust Grok to confirm anything at all. It just says another angle posted in Situation Room. I'll take a look. Yeah, again, kind of seeing that same signature. That same signature of small pieces burning up. You see that contrail there? And you're seeing interception. You're seeing other interceptions happening in the air around it. So again, I imagine this was a missile that was intercepted, broke up, and then it's falling to Earth. See, watch right here. In fact, you can see the contrails of pieces and fragments falling off of these, again, of this larger body there. And then if you look right there, right here, you could clearly see pieces of that debris, again, burning up and scattering. And then look, you don't see any impacts. You're not seeing flashes from impacts there. Right? Again, you're clearly seeing a missile body breaking up and then burning up as it's on its way down. If you look here, you can see that the signatures of that too. Right there is a great example of that. Right there. Great example of that. I don't know if you guys can see that there. Here, rewind. You can clearly see right there. See, it's burning up on its way down. And again, we're not seeing any flashes or reports of them impacting. Rob V, 1986, good to see you, man. He says, how long do you think before some of the Arab states get involved in attacking Iran? Pretty quick here. In fact, I thought I had seen reports earlier of Saudi Arabia conducting a strike on Iran, but I might have been dreaming. I don't know, because I looked for it. I was looking for it a short while ago, and I could not find it yet. But I swear I saw a report of that came out that they were conducting a strike on Iran today. And I might have been dreaming. So it might have been last night. I might have been dreaming or something. But I do imagine that we will be seeing stuff like that here very, very soon. As Slow Low says, and yes, this is exactly what I've said, we would not see them at night. If they were cluster munition bomblets, we would not see them falling at night. They are glowing because it's red-hot debris from an interception. As Bubba says, yes, cluster bombs are similar to what you're seeing, but without the trails, that is shrapnel that is on fire. Exactly. Exactly. This is a bomb. This is a ballistic missile that has been intercepted and is breaking up. And that is burning debris. Burning red-hot debris as it falls down to Earth. And I'm going to stick by that theory, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to stick by that theory. I'm going to continue working on this video that I've been working on. I've been doing some research. And, again, I'm pretty much 100% on this one. That these are not cluster munitions that we are seeing here. That is a ballistic missile being intercepted, broken apart, and again, burning on its way back down through the atmosphere to the ground. I'm going to stick to that theory until we get concrete evidence otherwise, at which point I will admit I was wrong. 100%, guys, 100%. But again, we've seen a couple of these videos now, and I think another part is I have videos that we've seen of some of these larger ballistic missiles just getting intercepted, and then, in the posts, people saying nothing about cluster munitions, but us seeing kind of a similar thing, right? Where you see that debris falling back down to Earth. Yeah, I could ramble on about this one all day. Yeah, John Taro says, looks similar when a satellite or something breaks up, coming through the atmosphere, burning up as it falls. Yeah, that's not how cluster munitions work. Zenit Coleslaw, good to see you, man. Says, what are your hobbies outside of OSINT? OSINT. Online Link says, excuse me. Online Link says debris could cause damage in an area like a shotgun, though. Yes, it could. If a debris again, if that debris falls over an area, you know, you could very well see stuff like what we saw in that other video with, you know, the windows out of that car broken and stuff like that. Again, we've had reports of the debris causing all sorts of property damage, material damage. Tiger Eye says, as soon as I saw it posted, I was like, oh, Lord, Nemico's going to have a field day. Yeah, I'm going to continue to research this one. I mean, again, this has been a topic that's been bugging me the past couple days. You know, trying to get to the bottom of this one is going to be kind of one of my focuses over the next few days here. And, again, I'm going to have a video on this. Hearing more gunfire out of Beirut. Quite a lot. All right, guys. I'm gonna break for dinner really quick. I'll be back in like probably 10 minutes, not even, maybe less than that. Somebody just posted on one of the archived cam streams. Just posted a comment, says no one needs archived cam footage. I beg to differ. I 100% beg to differ. I'm still gonna heart that comment though. Yeah, so all of our streams, when we're done, when we pressed end on the stream, like when the stream ends, they get archived on YouTube. And I have had, if I had a nickel for every time somebody complained to me about not archiving most of the streams during Ukraine, I would be a very rich person. So I have made it my life's mission to archive every single stream that we do, again, for historical purposes. So yes, people do need archived streams of even the cam streams. That's where most of our clips came from during Ukraine, was from cam streams. Yes, I'm gonna be taking a break for once here, guys. I'm gonna go break for dinner. I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes here, and then we're gonna continue going through our open source intelligence updates in our X feed, working our way back through that 12 hours there. And I will be back here shortly, so stand by. I'm going to keep Beirut up on the feed here so you guys can see, again, what's going on in the skylines above Beirut. You guys can track your orbs that you guys have been tracking here. And I will be back in just a few minutes. And yes, John Tario, chats do get archived too. Cluster bombs. Freaking cluster bombs. All right. Friggin' cluster bombs. Alright, we're going to go through more of our X feed here. More cluster munitions. Again, guys, I'm not saying that these couldn't be cluster munitions. Iran, I would not put it past them. But there's something sus about these clips. I know I've gone on about it way too long now. We'll have more on this later. But cluster bombs. 13 minutes ago, air raid sirens now in Bahrain. The Trump administration, this is 19 minutes ago from Senate Defender, the Trump administration was dismayed by the scale of the widespread destruction caused by Saturday's strike campaign by Israel against oil infrastructure in and around the Iranian capital of Tehran. You can see an image there of that. This is the scene in Tel Aviv following an Iranian ballistic missile attack. This is in Tel Aviv. This is most likely that boom that we heard earlier when the alarms sounded. Urkel says there's been a couple flashlight guys. Some blocks don't have power, or they're purposely blacking out buildings. They could be. Probably more likely they just don't have power in certain areas because of all the bombardment that the cities had there in Beirut. Urkel, welcome back. Welcome back. So, somebody was struck by flying debris from that missile attack. Here's another video of cluster bombs. And again, you guys tell me. You guys tell me, alright? Alright, let's just take a look here. Again, oh God, I'm not going to be able to get off this subject, am I? Hold on. Alright, we're gonna watch this clip here.
Cluster bombs can be dropped from an aircraft.
They can also be mounted on a missile. Alright.
They open in midair.
They open in midair. Alright. What you see here are what they call bomblets. Alright. These are not rockets. Right? There's no fire coming out of these. Again, they don't have propulsion on them. They're falling to Earth via gravity. All right, these are just fins to stabilize them.
Dispensing hundreds of submunitions or bomblets over an area roughly the size of a football.
See, I know this is a 3D animation here, but no, they're not rockets. These are again bomblets, right?
Over an area roughly the size of a football field, and causing immense destruction. The submunitions often fail to explode on impact, and thus pose a serious threat to civilian populations.
There's little Timmy, little Lucy, and little Bobby, and they're finding the unexploded bomblets on the ground. And we don't want that. That's bad. Alright, let's go back here to our X feed and just take a look. Take a look at the signature coming off these, alright? Just take a quick gander at it. Alright, I'm gonna back this up. I'll back this up here. First, notice this here, right? This is, again, you see debris, all sorts of stuff, fire. All right, now pay attention to the quote-unquote bomblets. Okay, keep your eye on this one here, actually. Let me back it up a couple frames. All right. Notice how bright it is, and then you can tell it starts to fizzle out. Also, if you look in the background there, that is clearly an aircraft in the air. Right here. I did not notice that the first time I watched this video. Multiple aircraft, actually. Yeah, those are aircraft. Did not notice that in this video originally.
Yo! זה הטיל המתפצל. מטוס שם בפנים. יו! זה הטיל המתפצל, חברים.
Cluster munitions? Maybe. Cluster munitions likely? No. Possible? Yes. Yes, Dennis. Dennis is correct, yes. Yeah, it's funny. I didn't notice those aircraft the first time I watched that video. What's up, Doug? How you doing? Good to see you. And again, guys, I don't want to stress. I'm not putting this outside the realm of possibility here of them being cluster munitions. Something's just telling me they're not cluster munitions. Cluster munitions. This is gonna end up on a T-shirt. Alright, so 59 minutes ago, Trump says Gold Star families told him yesterday regarding Iran, quote, please win this for my child. Some more info came out about the bomb squad there in New York. Again, still nothing about if this was related to Iran or anything of the sort. But we're going to keep an eye on that. Excuse me. 1 hour ago, the State Department has ordered American employees and diplomats to leave Saudi Arabia immediately. God, words are hard tonight. Alright, we're going to switch to the, again, our other feed here that we were kind of working our way through. I'm going to continue doing that. Give me 1 second here. Oh, yeah. Havoc, thank you so much for subscribing over there on Twitch. Appreciate it. Thank you. It's a big help. Thank you. Okay, so it is going up a little bit here. Yeah, we are at 109.21 on our oil futures here. Yeah, as Doug Wilson says, they usually detonate above like 12 feet above the ground. Well, I think it's a little higher than that. I don't think it's 12 feet. I think it's a little higher than that because, again, they got to disperse over a wider area. But they definitely do not deploy that high. That is for sure. Black Cell asks, dude, do you sell merch? You've got a cool logo, and we'd love to support the channel. You should whip up some Bunker branding shirts. I do have we have a merch store. You can find a link to that on the YouTube channel. However, I haven't put out any new merch since Ukraine, so eventually here maybe I'll do something about that. That's not the priority at the moment, though. But possibly sometime soon I will. Give me 1 second here, guys. I'm checking the situation room. Ministry of Defense, State of Qatar announced that armed forces intercepted missile attack which targeted the state of Qatar. That was 7:43 p.m. Posted by Miss Tiger Eye. Give me one moment here, guys. Give me one moment here. Yeah, so over the past few hours, Qatar, Bahrain, and quite a few other Gulf nations, all coming under attack here by Iran. Doug Wilson says, geez, I thought Ron said they wouldn't attack them anymore. That's the story of the evening. That's our breaking story tonight is not surprised. Iran went immediately back on its word to not attack Gulf nations. All right, we're going to keep scrolling through here. Yeah, there's a link. Miss Tiger, I posted a link in the live chat there. There's also a link below the live stream, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. All right, 9 hours ago, update. Iran's ballistic missiles fired towards Israel were intercepted. Again, that was 9 hours ago. Air raid sounding, across Tel Aviv. Again, when that occurred. 9 hours ago. This is... again, showing an image here of some U.S. aircraft here in their loadout. One JDAM, one AGM-88, two AMRAAMs, and two Sidewinders on both Weasels. Quite a bit of a payload there. Andy, I do not remember that. I'm trying to remember back. I don't remember. I do not remember. Do not remember when that happened. I'll have to go back and watch that stream. So these images were taken from this video here. Again, it's a U.S. Air Force F-16 CM from the 480th Fighter Squadron. Warhawks is their nickname. They're heading out from Jordan on a wild weasel SAM hunting mission over Iran. Yeah, he's loaded up to the gills. Absolutely loaded. 9 hours ago, a U.S. Navy MQ-4C Triton UAV conducted a reconnaissance mission over the Iranian city of Bushehr this afternoon, with its transponder on and broadcasting. A big flex there. Again, kind of a display of, hey, we have control over the airspace here, and you guys have no surface-to-air missile capability in this area that can take me down. But, yeah. Again, that Triton was spotted right over Bushehr today. Nine hours ago, red alerts were sounding around Tel Aviv. Again, we know that those missiles were intercepted there. This is the alert post that preceded these posts here. Again, showing the alarms going off and then giving confirmation that those missiles were intercepted. The IDF completed new waves of strikes in Tehran, hitting IRGC Space and Satellite Command and 50 ammunition bunkers. The attacks, guided by Amman, targeted key regime facilities, including the Qaim Satellite Control Center and many more there. Again, you can see where these were located here on this video. Again, it's in Hebrew, my apologies. But, again, another example of Israel's constant flow of these graphics that they're putting out over the past week. And they've been pretty good at illustrating each strike that they've done and what targets they targeted, etc. So again, this is a U.S. envoy to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, with a statement here today. Quote, our Gulf allies at the UN are outraged and will take military and diplomatic action in the coming days and weeks. Give it a listen.
And our Gulf allies, I got to tell you, here at the UN are outraged and are going to take both military and diplomatic action in the coming days and weeks. This whole strategy of Iran shooting in all direction at their neighbors and at our allies is absolutely backfiring on them.
So again, a lot of you have been asking about some of these Gulf nations, when they're going to get more involved here, when they're going to possibly strike back against Iran. It is coming soon. Coming soon, TM, as we like to say here. DW, still on the topic of cluster munitions in the live chat, says, cluster munitions would be purposefully ejected to disperse widely. The video just shows a disintegrating missile following standard physics. And that has been my argument. Again, guys, I'm going off of what my gut tells me, what I see in the video. You know, part of me feels like, there's some parties that would like to jump to conclusions, again, for the propaganda factor of, they're using cluster munitions now, But again, it hasn't been concretely proven yet, and all the signature that we see in those videos does not point to it. It doesn't look like it is a cluster munition. So that's all I'm telling you. I'm, again, kind of just showing you the facts and allowing you to kind of make your own assumption about it. But who knows? We might get an official post by a watchdog group or by the IDF or something that shows the individual bomblets, some of them that hadn't exploded or something like that, and then who knows? Maybe we will have confirmation that those are, in fact, cluster munitions. But for now, again, I'm telling you, at least to me, they do not look to be those. And exactly what Bubba just said. Yeah, I mean, again, we could go on about this for hours. Naya asks a great question. Is Iran getting ammunitions or munition replenishments on the down low? We haven't had any confirmed reports of that yet, but you never know. That is a possibility. However, getting them into the country currently might be a bit difficult. 10 hours ago here, the IDF says a week of combat against Hezbollah in numbers. 600-plus terror targets were struck across Lebanon from the air, sea, and ground, using 820 ammunitions. 900-plus terrorists were eliminated, including some commanders there that they list off, along with some senior commanders as well of Hezbollah. 10 hours ago, the UAE does not seek to be dragged into any conflicts or escalations, but it reserves the right to protect its sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity. The Islamic Resistance in Iraq, a coalition of pro-Iranian militias, released footage showing the launch of a Jamal-1 missile towards U.S. bases in Iraq and the surrounding area. And you can see that footage there. Again, clearly orchestrated propaganda footage there. And I like how they blur literally everything out in this photo but the path of the missile. And, I mean, there's really not even... I mean, they didn't really have to blur this. It's the top of a tree. I mean, you can still see the outline of the tree. If somebody was going to try to geolocate this, they could still see clearly the shape of the tree. But they decided just, again, to leave this small path for the missile. Interesting. Very interesting. 10 hours ago from CENTCOM, U.S. forces struck over 3,000 targets in the first week of Operation Epic Fury. And the peak is still ahead, they say. And here's some footage here coming from CENTCOM of them striking some of those, looks to be hardened hangars there. I mean, this is just a warehouse building here, but definitely a secondary explosion there. Probably some cook-off from something. Those do look to be possibly some hardened... No, that's like corrugated... I think that's like corrugated metal. That doesn't look like a fully hardened hangar. Yeah, that's just like a standard like aircraft hangar there. Yeah, and you can see some jets there, some Iranian jets inside that hangar there. And they're sneaking a quick missile into the front of it to get at them. Some geolocated data from some... this is actually from the... I believe this is from the manhole covers that exploded today. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this was geolocated, I believe, from the manhole cover explosion video that we showed earlier on the stream. 11 hours ago, Iran has condemned the strikes on fuel storage facilities as, quote, deliberate chemical warfare. That was 11 hours ago. 11 hours ago, the IDF says some 200 members of Hezbollah and other groups have been killed in Israeli strikes in Lebanon since hostilities intensified last week. Again, this comes as I'm expecting we're probably going to see more strikes in Beirut over the coming hours here, possibly coming days here. Random Krieger says that was a warehouse building. Yeah, I remember I read a post about that. They did say that there was a secondary explosion there that occurred. Again, the IDF says it destroyed several Hezbollah rocket launchers in southern Lebanon, poised for attacks on Israel, including one that had just fired a barrage at Metula. In a separate operation, a Hezbollah operative was killed in a drone strike. And you can see here, again, some footage on screen, some thermal imagery from a drone, again, of them taking out those rocket launchers, which is the name of the game right now for Israel and the U.S. Again, the more of these rocket launchers they take out, the less missiles they can launch. Yeah, and here's that U.S. Navy MQ-4C Triton, high-altitude, long-endurance maritime reconnaissance drone. Again, flying directly over the Iranian port city of Bushehr. And you can see here, again, it was flexing for a good portion of the day. as it hung out there with its transponder on. Again, big flex on the part of that MQ-4C Triton. Footage here 11 hours ago captures the moment Iranian missile debris falls in Tel Aviv. Let's take a look. It's a pretty violent explosion for some missile debris. Yeah. Maybe a small explosion when it hit the ground. Oh no, there's definitely a flash there. You could see a flash for sure. So there was a little bit of a detonation there when it did land. Part of a munition, perhaps? CENTCOM, 11 hours ago. The two best air forces in the world continue to demonstrate air superiority in the skies of Iran. And you can see a photo here, again, of the goose from hell, the B-1 Lancer bomber here. And they've been running quite a few strike missions with that aircraft in the past few days. Again, here's that video again I showed you earlier of the manhole covers exploding. Pretty crazy stuff. And then, of course, we showed you just a minute ago the geolocation data of that. The UAE Foreign Ministry says the country is acting in self-defense after Iranian attacks on its territory, stressing it does not seek escalation, but will fully defend its sovereignty and national security. So again, possibly some of these other countries are going to get more involved here. Iranian opposition sources say a senior Iranian official was killed last night in Tehran while being moved in an ambulance. Let's take a look at this video here. Again, that's the ambulance there. Dennis says, you know, there's a model of the B1 that's the B1R. Was that a B1R? It is hard to tell. It's hard to tell just by looking at the photo if it's a B1R. I'm pretty sure this is a B1B. I believe this is a B1B, however, again, I'm no expert there on B-1 bombers. However, I'm hearing gunfire out of Beirut again. Oh, tracer fire. There is a B1R, though. So he had me going there for a second. However, I don't know. I'm pretty sure the B1R was never actually, like, put into service. Dennis, you got me on that one, though. You got you got me on that one, though. Kimberly asks, who's firing at who? I'm not well-versed. Yeah, see more tracer fire going in the air there. Again, it's most likely Hezbollah on the ground there firing at Israeli drones in the air. That's been my theory over the past week here. Again, Israel is, you know, they have drones loitering in the skies above Beirut, and I'm pretty sure that's what they're firing at, is those drones are just kind of taking pop shots at them. I'm going to switch that over to that one. Yeah, it was a proposed concept. I'm pretty sure they never actually put it into service, or even manufactured it for that reason. Now that I think about it. All right, now we lost our train of thought. Quote from Trump 11 hours ago: "If we were ever to send troops to Iran, they would have to be so decimated that the U.S. troops wouldn't get hurt." That's what he said 11 hours ago. Speaking of which, I still have a live chat poll going. If any of you that are watching right now have not voted in the live chat poll over on the YouTube live chat, if you could drop your vote in that real quick. I'm going to end it off when it gets to 600. We're like less than 25 votes away from that. Roger Rand says the A-10s could handle Iranian drones. I mean, I don't think they would have too hard of a time taking out Iranian one-way attack drones. They're pretty slow. I think the A-10 is better suited for bigger and better things, though. Here, let's listen to this statement by President Trump here.
What are the circumstances where you'd send in ground troops? How are you thinking about that?
I don't even want to talk about it now. I mean, that's. I don't think it's an appropriate question. You know, I'm not going to answer it. Could there be? Possibly, for very good reason. Have to be very good reason. And I would say if we ever did that, they would be so decimated that they wouldn't be able to fight at the ground level. A lot of negotiating leverage, maybe maximum, but we're not looking to settle. They'd like to settle. We're not looking to settle. They're on their third or fourth level of leadership, and they have leaders right now that nobody even knows who they are. They're being decimated now. You know, at some point, I don't think there'll be anybody left maybe to say we surrender, but they're being decimated.
What are the circumstances where you'd send in ground troops? How are you?
11 hours ago, at least 4 were killed in an overnight Israeli strike on a Beirut hotel, reportedly aimed at IRGC Quds Force commanders in Lebanon. Let me switch over to our split feed here.
What are the circumstances where you'd send in ground troops? How are you thinking about that?
I don't even want to talk about it now. I mean, that's...
it's the same.
I don't think it's an appropriate question. You know, I'm not going to answer it. Could there be? Possibly, for very good reason. Have to be very good reason. And I would say if we ever did that, they would be so decimated.
Same clip there that we saw just moments ago. This is footage of those fuel depots in Karaj, Iran, still ablaze since last night. You see on screen there. Mark says A-10 does not have an anti-air gun, and using the Avenger for that work would be mad idea. Well, look at they're using the Apache, they're using the M230, which is just 30 mil rounds, and again, those aren't necessarily anti-air rounds that they're using on those Shahed drones. We saw footage of that earlier. Dennis says 30mm is anti-most stuff. Yeah, indeed. Eastern Tehran Police Command headquarters right now. Another police headquarters here that has been obliterated by a U.S. airstrike. 12 hours ago here, the aftermath at an impact site in central Israel following an Iranian missile strike. Again, this is central Israel. Defense Minister Israel Katz said an Israeli strike killed the new military secretary to Iran's supreme leader. Again, he's the new head of the military bureau of the supreme leader, who had been appointed only a few days ago after his predecessor was eliminated. So they're just falling like dominoes over there. As soon as they get elected, they're being killed off pretty quickly. Some other aftermath footage here of one of those strikes. Again, this is in Israel. And some more of that footage here as well. Actually, that's the same clip, just a little bit more added on the front of it. New Vantor satellite imagery showing the aftermath of U.S. and Israeli airstrikes on Iran's Bishir naval facility, including a capsized ship. This is before, and this is after. Before, and after. You can see that ship there. Capsized and looks to be smoking or leaking fluid into the water. Kind of hard to tell. And 12 hours ago, a ballistic missile launch was detected from Iran. Here's some more footage of that smoke rising again. over Tehran. Again, those oil depots being hit there. But it's strikes like these that are causing that black rain that we talked about earlier. Dennis says, wait, look at the blue on that post. Yeah, definitely darker here. You talk about this, Dennis? This is what we're talking about? Andy, yeah, I know it was from yesterday. It's just, it was posted to our feed 12 hours ago. That can be a little confusing sometimes. This was just cross-posted about 12 hours ago. Oh, you're talking about that? Jake Epstein, a defense correspondent, for Business Insider, covering the U.S. military, NATO, and European security. Not to be mistaken with Jeff Epstein. Yeah, you know what's interesting here? In this footage, it's kind of hard to tell from this here, but hold on, actually I'll go back to this. Yeah, there we go. I don't know if you guys could tell here, but it looks like these boats are all pushed up against each other and like canting to one side even before the strikes occurred. Just interesting. All right, so that sums up about the past 12 hours of our feed here, which is again usually as far back as I like to go. 5 minutes ago, this was posted by CENTCOM. They posted this with the caption. The Iranian regime is constantly peddling lies, even as you read this. We'll take a look at this video here. Give me 1 second.
As often is the case in conflict, Iran is doing everything it can to peddle in lies, deception, and inflation of numbers and reality, mostly to propagandize to their own people. Right? They've shut down the internet. They're hoping they can convince.
Hey, what do you guys notice about this? What do you guys notice about this? Is there anything you're noticing here? RT. RT. Come on, show me another RT. Okay, still RT. RT is can they really have a habit of posting some propaganda? Yeah, I reported on this one when it happened. Yeah, a lot of posts of them just saying, again, that they struck a U.S. aircraft carrier, which again has not happened. The IRGC saying we've just started using the 2nd generation missiles today. In the upcoming days, we'll witness 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th generation missiles if needed. Okay. The IRGC says it hits a U.S. Navy destroyer 650 kilometers south of Iran in the Indian Ocean. You know what's interesting is there's a slew of open source intelligence Twitter accounts that literally just push Iranian propaganda and aren't actually doing any open source intelligence. From RT, more than 650 U.S. military personnel killed or wounded by Iran's retaliatory operation. And of course, you got to get Clash Report in there. Again, talking more about that aircraft carrier. Talk about them hitting some F-15s. Yeah, typical. Death asks, would they tell us if they did sink an aircraft carrier, though? Yes. Yes, 100%. If they sunk an American aircraft carrier, that would be all over the news. Instantly. Think about how many families here in the States have sons and daughters on those aircraft carriers. Scotty No says 6 versus 650, probably a typo. Yeah. Tennis says, wait, you mean to tell me a proxy of Russia is spreading propaganda? Right? Exactly. Urkel says, I have to commend RT for their commitment to pretending they're a legitimate news source. Yes, they did do the same thing with Ukraine, that's for sure. Miss Tiger Eye says those Iran Twitter accounts probably used to be Russian. I wouldn't put it past them. Yeah, as Cataclysm says, that'd be world headlines instantly. Death says that's why they might want to hide it. They can't. They wouldn't be able. The point I'm trying to make is they would not be able to hide that. It's not something that they could hide. And quite frankly, I don't think it's something that the U.S. would want to hide. That would look very bad. Extremely bad. Yeah, you get 5,000 families being lied to, you'd have a disaster. A political disaster on your hands. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't hide that a ship of that size had been sunk and that many service members had lost their lives. And it wouldn't make sense. It would not make sense at all to attempt to hide information like that. Ms. Tiger Eye says they just changed their handle for the name of the conflict at hand. Yeah, I have seen accounts do that. Killer Stroke. So RT doesn't just do Russian state propaganda. Obviously, they're doing Iranian propaganda now as well. Definitely not saying the government wouldn't lie. Definitely not saying that. Again, governments lie all the time, but I'm saying on a scale of that size, no. No, it just wouldn't make sense. Wouldn't be practical. 5 minutes ago. Some stuff out of Southcom, actually. Again, a lethal kinetic strike on another one of those vessels down in the Caribbean. They're still busy. They're still just as busy down in the Caribbean as they were a few months ago during the Venezuela crisis. They're still striking targets down there. I know I told you guys about Ecuador the other night. Death says they could do it easy and call it OPSEC. If you know anything about the military and how it operates, you know when you got 5,000 soldiers on a ship, right? And all of their friends that are back at port, and all of their friends that, you know, from their unit that maybe aren't on that ship. There's no such thing as true 100% OPSEC if a vessel like that got struck and destroyed. It's just that's not how things work. Mark says, "Why not confiscate the boat?" Yeah, right. Yeah, we've moved past confiscating these boats and drugs that are on said boats, and we're now just nuking them with a Hellfire missile. Halfman says maybe we'll see KGB Lancaster, or should I say IRGC Lancaster. That'd be pretty funny if there was an IRGC Lancaster, an IRGC Patrick Lancaster down in Iran. That'd be wild. Yeah, as Gafford says, you can't just lose a carrier and nobody notice. I mean, there are so many satellites that are taking images constantly of those carriers and where they are located. People would be pulling satellite images of those hours after the fact. Five minutes ago, the Qatar Ministry of Defense confirmed that the armed forces intercepted a ballistic missile attack tonight by Iran. Oh my god, 10 minutes ago, a woman was arrested after opening fire at Rihanna's home in Beverly Hills. At least 10 shots fired. That's definitely an Iranian sleeper cell, if I had ever heard of one. 38 minutes ago, at least 8 explosions and several ballistic missile interceptions reported over Doha, Qatar. Let's take a look at this video here. Alright, so we're at 109.45, so we've risen back up to where we were. We were at, what, 109.59? Yeah, right around like 109.76. We're now back up at 109.47. This is the, again, prices of crude futures here. The price of a barrel of crude oil has risen from $21 to $107 after the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz has slowed to a trickle 7 days after the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war. Yep, despite the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, military operations continue against narco-terror groups in Latin America, with U.S. Southcom having published footage, again, of them nuking another boat. And then cluster munitions. U.S. President Donald Trump, this came 13 minutes ago, told the Times of Israel on Sunday that a decision on when to end the war with Iran would be a mutual one that he'll make together with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Wes Lester says the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense announced that they tracked and intercepted two drones that were heading towards the Sheba oil field. Yeah, you gotta love that cluster debris, as Cataclysm says. Ravenora, good to see ya. Good to see ya. Thanks for tuning in this evening. We're going to take a look at our flight radar here and see what we got up in the air right now. KU-85. Unknown aircraft over Kuwait is currently #1 tracked. We got our refuelers. Again, we had a shift change of refuelers a little while ago. These are the other ones coming back in now. We got a flight going to Tel Aviv as well. Yeah, we got one KC-135R, a 46A Pegasus, and a 135R. So 4 refuelers there. Heading back in. Our drone's still hanging out over here off the coast of Lebanon. No doubt there's probably another refueler somewhere in here and probably some fighter aircraft as well. Let me see what else we got here. Those are our refuelers too. Yep, refuelers. Cape Town to Dubai. Oh, interesting. Looks like it's turned around here. Not sure if that's a transponder glitch or what. Daman to Cario. Interesting flight there. Istanbul to Amman. That one's just coming in for a landing there. And to Dubai. Interesting, interesting. So not too much in the not too much going on in the skies besides all of these again, those strato tankers there, those refuelers. Oh, okay. This is interesting. No aircraft type on this one. No NATO 29 in the sky tonight either, unless it has its transponder off currently. Hold on, let me filter by military here. What do we got? C-17. C-17, C-17. Halfman says, so what happens if we don't win? I know it's a slim chance, but still possible. Would they just claim victory and we leave them alone? You would probably see the U.S. just say, oh yeah, job well done. They would try to probably paint it off as a victory or partial victory, and then, yeah, we would just pull out. We would just pull out and let them rebuild. I mean, no doubt we've set them behind quite extensively. The question there would then be, would Iran just let it go, or would they continue attacks, you know? I mean, no doubt after all the strikes in Iran and all of their loss of leadership, they would probably take that opportunity, too, to just kind of restock, refit, and try to recover as much as they can. Yeah, Urkel says Forte 10 has largely been sleeping the entire time. I saw it, like, on the 28th of February, like, the night this all kicked off, like, that day before, and, like, on the 27th I was watching it as well. I'd seen it a couple times popping up, but since this has all kicked off, all those global hawks have just been transponders off. Alright guys, give me one moment here. I'm just going through some of the other posts that I got coming in here. Alright, this is some videos that Miss Tiger Eye posted in the Situation Room about a minute ago. Continuous air defense activity around Baghdad airport. Let's take a look at this. Interesting stuff there. Let's take a look. There's another video here, too. It's loud at the U.S. base at Baghdad Airport, it says. Interesting, and we have one more as well. Let me get that up for you here. Again, air defense activity and sirens at Victoria Base, Baghdad. Very interesting. So yeah, looking like there's some activity happening there in Baghdad. Alright, give me 1 second here, guys. I am doing something that I forgot to do. Which, yeah, is move those stream alerts to a different part of the screen for you guys. I forgot to do that, my bad. But Parker reminded me. So let me do that real quick. So now stream alerts are coming in the top right corner. And now they won't be getting in our way. See? There we go. There we go. See? See? Look at that. Now they're not in the middle of the screen, getting right in the middle of our footage. I forgot to do that. I've been meaning to do that for like a week. And I kept forgetting. So yeah, there was that footage out of Baghdad. Haven't seen any of those clips popping up in our feed yet, but it's possible we will see them here shortly. 10 minutes ago, the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense announced that they tracked and intercepted 2 drones that were heading towards the Sheba oil field. Again, that comes 10 minutes ago there. Last round of alerts in Israel was 2 hours ago. I have this unmuted now, so we should be able to see when anything comes in. Give me one moment here. Okay, alright. Oil price has peaked now. It has, or reached a new peak, I should say. We're at 110.55. So if when markets open tomorrow, I mean, if these prices continue, like, or if we've already hit over $100 a barrel, I mean, look at that percentage jump there. I mean, we were at like 91 earlier, and then boom. Skyrocketed through the roof there. Yeah, very interesting stuff. So again, that price of oil is absolutely skyrocketing right now through the roof. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Ooh. We just heard explosions in Beirut. That's coming out of Beirut. Oh, and you see a flash there? See the flashes? Oh, there's a guy down here. What are you doing down? Oh, that's another camera operator. That is another camera operator right there. Oh, and we are moving cameras. Oh, and we got tracer rounds going to the air too. How many blasts was that, guys? Was that like 3? Is it like 3? I'm gonna call it 3. I think that was like 3 blasts. We're gonna call it 3. So we've entered the time of the night where we start counting blasts in Beirut. Well, that'd be a pretty good name for a band, wouldn't it? Blasts in Beirut. Yeah, one hell of a telescopic lens they're using. So again, for those just joining us, we just witnessed a series of strikes here in Beirut, and I called it. All the indicators I had seen over the past 8 hours or so here pointed towards Israel, again, launching another wave of strikes in Beirut. Current time there right now, again, Israel and Beirut are in the same time zone. 3:45 a.m. they've decided to strike, so that's interesting. Which feed is which here? We got this one and this one. I'll show that one. We did see some tracer rounds go up after the blast, though. Throw some deans on it. Said, sorry if this has been answered 10 times already, but did we get any confirmation on what happened in Norway yet? Not yet. I'm still waiting to get more information there, unless somebody else figured something out or has heard something. I have not yet, as of right now. Again, possibly an attack occurred there. We're still trying to figure it out. Random Krieger says, "Whoa, when did the strikes in Beirut start? I was just making dinner. It literally just started just now, moments ago. You're coming in moments after these strikes hit Beirut. 3 in a row, so I just put 3 on the counter. It might have been 4, but I don't know if somebody wants to go back and count the amount of blasts, but I believe it was 3. Sarah said crude's at 112. Oh yeah, holy cow! Yeah, it's going up. I called this as well. I knew it was gonna. I knew it was like gonna settle for a little while, kind of bounce around, and then it was gonna inevitably go up as this news of it going up kind of circulated. It's gonna cause more panic and speculation, and you're gonna see it go up even more. That's a given. Where's the this one here? Yeah, I'm not looking forward to seeing what our local gas stations are looking like price-wise tomorrow. Might take a few days for most local gas stations in your guys' areas to fully, fully bound up to where, the price of crude is at. But it will, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw $3.50 to $4 a gallon within the next week or two here. Possibly even higher. I know some of you already have quite higher prices. There's some regions where, again, it's just super costly for fuel. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, I was looking at market futures just a second ago. They're down a couple percent. Kipcast says, I think I found that video that one guy was looking for. I think he was describing the CRAM. Ponicus says, how long will Trump be able to maintain this if public opinion starts to tank from already historic lows? Again, that's the big thing here, you know, is how long can the U.S. sustain this operation, again, with fuel prices rising and economic impact and, of course, public opinion swaying against it, you know, that's the big question. How long can they hold off? How long will they hold off? Or hold out, I should say. Kipcast says, posting it in Discord videos. I'll have to take a look at that. Lead Farmer says, Nemico, pull up the 70s oil crisis. I've read about that. I think it was around 2006, 2008 we had a pretty bad oil crisis, if I remember correctly. I remember there was like a run on the gas station when I was a young lad. I think that was like 2006, 2008, give or take. A younger lad than I am now, I should say. Yeah, the CRAM is a wild piece of technology. I talked about that the other night on stream. Definitely one of my favorite weapon systems. That and the A-10, because they both go BERT. They both make fun sounds and shoot a lot of bullets really, really fast. Jared says Bahrain Iranian attack with drones targeting Sitra area. Ministry of Health says 32 citizens injured so far, including 4 severe cases. Among them, cases of children require surgical intervention. Do you have a source link? Post the source link in the live chat, Jared. Annette, good to see you. Good to see you. Says, so nice to catch you live. Gallon Tech says it was about $2.78 a gal in Massachusetts. It's about that was about a month ago. Now it's about $3.24. Blue Sky says 3 close-in blasts, but then there were 2 distant blasts. Do we count the 2 distant blasts, or just the 3 close-in? That's the question. I saw some reports of the CRAM going into action over Baghdad last night. They have been using that system over there. I showed some footage of it on stream actually the other night. Charles, good to see you tuning in, man. No, we're still here. Been here the whole time. I mean, I did take a break for, what, about a year? A little over a year? Almost 2 years, I think. But I was working hard during that time. Honing the many tools which we now use to conduct business here. And our OSINT skills. Yes, Andy, you missed out. You missed out. A lot has happened here in the past 10 minutes or so. So, Philip, I mean, should I count it? Do I count the 2 that were heard off in the distance as well, or? Let me know in the chat, guys. Do we count the other 2 blasts, or are we good at the 3 close-in blasts here? Walty says, what is the ETA of the region for the USS George H.W. Bush? Pretty sure within the next 48 hours here. It should be in position in the Mediterranean, if I'm tracking correct on that. Charles Darwin says, YouTube didn't let me know you came back. Yeah, that's the problem with YouTube. Again, I don't like to use the word shadow banned, but towards the later half of Ukraine, we had a few incidences with the YouTube, and after that, people for some reason stopped getting notifications, even if they had all selected under the notification bell. A lot of people started messaging me, saying like, "Hey, why aren't you streaming?" And we had been streaming, but they just weren't getting notified. They weren't getting it pushed out in their chats, or sorry, their recommended feeds or anything like that. Got kind of blacklisted. We're trying to recover from that now. We're trying to build it back up. We're getting there. We're making good progress. The Gulf says we should have had the CRAMs in place prior to this engagement. We did. We did. There's CRAMs all over those bases in the Middle East, especially in Iraq. Iraq has a lot of CRAM systems. J-Ball says, I think if we could hear them, we count them. All right. I'll update the blast counter here. We're gonna go to 5 because technically we did hear 5 separate explosions in Beirut. So we're gonna count it as 5 here. Okay. Let me know if that's all right. That sounds good to you guys. Sounds good to me. Adams asks, were you talking about the B-1 Lancer earlier? Yes, we were. Yes, we were. Gafford says go with 3, better safe than wrong. We already updated it to 5. And we did hear... Sean says visual verification required, though. Okay, now I'm getting more... I'm getting more of you saying 3. I'm getting more of you saying 3 here now. Scotty No says, I never get notifications about Nemico. I have to search your name. Yeah, see, that's the problem. None of the subscribers are getting notifications. I've had hundreds of people reach out to me on email, on Discord, all of them saying nobody gets notifications. Rob says, I get notifications from Twitch, not YouTube. Yeah, see, that's the problem. One thing I can recommend you do is make sure you hit the notification bell and hit the all selection underneath the notification bell. If any of you have done that and you're still not getting notifications, let me know. But I have had people that have said that they have hit the notification bell and hit all and they're still not getting notified. And that's been the main problem with our channel here, is that none of the subscribers are getting notifications when we go live. So we basically just have to brute force our way into the algorithm. As Miss Tiger Eye says, yeah, if you are on the Discord server, I do announce when I'm going live there. And I'm thinking about kind of creating some kind of more robust notification system with the Discord server, where it'll post like ahead of time. And of course, once we get into a concrete schedule, right now it's just like, you know, we're streaming almost every day, but there's not like an exact set time. I have been aiming for like 3 p.m. Like today I started at 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. LD429 says works for me. Yeah, do we do 3 or 5, guys? 3 or 5? We technically heard 5 explosions, but we only saw 3. Thanks, Guy Manbrowski. Thank you much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Galantex says same here. Oh, wow.
Alarm. Tiberias.
Oh, wow.
Sakhnin. Carmiel.
More
Beit Jan. Safed City. Rosh Pina. Katrin. Safed Akbara. Safed Nov Kinneret.
And in Haifa. And more coming in, too. Galantex says same here. Missed you yesterday. Only saw you were live an hour ago. Yeah, and we've been live now for... what, damn near 6 hours. Yeah, over 6 hours. A lot of alerts coming in here across northern Israel. Roger Rant says probably should go with visual. All right. We'll bump it back down to 3. We'll bump it back down to 3. All right. J-Balls, you actually made a pretty smart connection there. Pretty smart connection, says Nemico. Looking back now, do you think there was any link to the Venezuelan siege and Iran? As if maybe we wanted the resources from Venezuela before going into this? Do you think if the U.S. doesn't take Venezuela, then they don't enter this war? I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, like, I can see the link you're making there. You know, where, like, okay, if, you know, once we have, you know, the ability to possibly get Venezuelan oil, you know what I mean? Like, if we started importing a ton of Venezuelan oil, we would, you know, be less afflicted by the negative consequences of a war in Iran. And there's a possible connection there. The Gulf says, I should clarify, more CRAMs. Losing those nodes to drones was unacceptable. Yeah, I mean, more CRAMs definitely isn't a bad thing. Yeah, J-Balls, I do think, in some regard, both were going to happen, regardless. Eventually. Sky says, I get them from Discord because you post. Well, good. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why I've been doing that, because we do have a lot of the regulars in there. And me posting in the Discord allows you guys to, again, at least get notified. And I try to notify as far in advance as I can so that people will know. I'm going to try to get better at doing that. Especially once we get into a good schedule. Looks like we've changed our angle here. So yeah, we do got a lot of alerts coming out for Israel at the moment. William Russell says, I did and no notifications. Lady says, I only see your streaming when you post in the Discord. That's no good. That is no good. Yeah, I mean, I've been back now streaming for over a month. Since January, I believe. Yeah, mid to late January. And again, a lot of people are only realizing now. that they went looking for it. Because, again, nobody's getting notifications. Yeah, I'm going to start sending out roof knocks to all the subscribers. We're going to start roof knocking all the subscribers to know when they're... So they know that I'm going live. Bubba says I checked and I'm getting only 4. 4 of what? Our notifications, or? Oh, you mean the blasts? Oh, I see. There's an email on the channel, on the YouTube channel. You can find that in the About info. You can also message on Discord. You could also send a message on X too, but I don't check those as much as Discord or email. NATO 09 E3 Sentry is back up over Turkey, says Cataclysm. I was wondering when that was going to come back up. Don't worry, Sean. We're not going anywhere. I'll be on the platform for sure. Yeah, this is why I stream on both Twitch and YouTube. Because, I mean, I know there's some users that like one but not the other. And, I mean, I do know that Twitch does notify my followers quite often, so it has seemed to be more resilient with the notifications. Kimberly says they're working for her. That's good. Yeah, the vast majority say they're not working, though, for them. Philip Mason says, do these smaller towns that keep getting raided, do they have cams? Some do, most don't. Most don't. In Iran, no. In Lebanon, yes, there are some. Yeah, Iran's internet is completely out right now, so there's no connections getting out of Iran, except via Starlink or, again, some sporadic, like satellite uplink or cellular service in some areas. But, again, that's like 1% out of 100% capacity. Yeah, I've had some people tell me to try Rumble. I've never even been on Rumble. I've never seen it. I've never used it. I don't even know how, like, you know, how their whole system, how their whole ecosystem works. That'd be a whole thing. Again, I am planning to try out some different restreaming platforms here soon. Like one that might be self-hosted. But like one that I've been working on, I'm going to try out. And possibly stream to multiple, more platforms simultaneously. Try to diversify. But we'll see how that goes. Appreciate dropping the link there, Sky. Appreciate that. Yeah, as Urkel says, I should put this on a t-shirt, by the way. I should put this quote that Urkel just made on the live chat. I should put this on a t-shirt. Social media is not a news source. Can't believe how many times I've had to tell people that. Yeah, I've heard that is like one of the good things about Rumble is like they're not going to censor stuff as much as like YouTube would. Kipcast, yeah, maybe I'll play that CRAM video in a minute here. Show people the CRAM, why not? Give me a little bit though here. Scotty Knows asked, didn't we sanction the Iranian oil before? Pretty crazy how much the price is affected. Yes, we have in the past. I mean, but see, the problem is the price is being affected by not just Iran's oil, but everybody's oil not being able to go through the strait. J-Ball says, I got a push notification today, but typically a lot of them come to my email. Interesting. Flavors, good to see you. Good to see you. Digit says a Nemico pager sponsored by Mossad. Yeah, we could work on something like that. Chumba says I've been getting notifications when I go live. I should put out a survey. I'm going to put out a survey in the next week or two here. I'll put out a massive survey and we'll run it for like a couple weeks, like a week or two, and I'll get the real data straight from the horse's mouth. Yeah, maybe we'll have to start sending out roof knocks to our subscribers so they know that when I'm going live, you'll get a roof knock. When Russell says, LOL, it's also telling me to subscribe to enter live chat. That is way messed up because I am chatting. Are you subscribed? I imagine you're subscribed already. In which case, if you are subscribed, you can chat. Again, I have a 5-minute. You have to be subscribed for 5 minutes to join the live chat. Gallantex says, leaving you milk and cookies on the roof, Nemico. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Nemico Network, look off the coast of Israel on Flight Radar 24. Looking off the coast. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of tankers. Passenger jet. Tanker. Wait, cargo? Cargo. Tanker. Yeah, a lot of tankers. Oh, okay. Another tanker. That's a ton of tankers. What do we got there? Like 7 of them? 7 of them? J-Ball says, start your own Twitter app. Well, we have a Twitter feed. Is that what you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, that's the, as Miss Tiger Eyes says, that's the real benefit to YouTube. YouTube is easier to get out to a lot of people, though. I mean, when you're not, again, being throttled. Yeah, when people get the notifications, it is. Are those drones we are hearing? Yes. Again, probably the Sky lawn mowers that we've been talking about the past week or so here. Wes Lester says, Lebanese sources say Israeli artillery shelling targets in the town of Hanin, southern Lebanon. Israeli warplanes launched 2 airstrikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut. That's what we just saw, probably, I imagine. Kipcast says you'd love it. You could stream pretty much anything. Which platform are you talking about? Again, I missed the other message there. Miss Tiger Eye says, oh my god, they're posting more cluster videos. Oh, we'll have to take a look at that pretty quick. Oh, he's talking about Rumble? Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I know a lot of people have recommended it to me. Also, a lot of people have said it's an echo chamber. Again, I'm not sure how their whole ecosystem works. I'd have to take a look at it. But again, I will be looking to branch out to stream on more platforms eventually. I'd like to be streaming, at least to like 5, maybe 10 platforms simultaneously every time I go live for a stream. That would be the real end game. TT, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. I'll check that out here pretty quick, Miss Tiger Eye. Give me a second. Tawanya, thank you much for subscribing. Appreciate it. John Tario says, I'm going to pay close attention to how many notifications I get. Thank you. Yeah, let me know. Let me know what your results are on that. XX Just Mark XX, thank you so much for the super chat over on YouTube. I highly appreciate it. Says, thanks for all you do. Well, I thank you for all you do, Mark. I appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Again, it's because of your guys' support that I hope to, again, continue doing this and continue to expand and, again, develop our methods and our content here for you guys. Gafford says I was getting that same notification earlier. YouTube is all messed up. So I'm pretty far back here in the live chat, trying to get caught up. Scotty Knows says Mossad pager merch for live stream notifications would go hard. Yeah, maybe we'll have to work on that. William Russell, good to hear, good to hear. Blue Sky says Dow futures now down about 1.070 points. I'll have to take a look at the futures here in just a second. Bruce Farmer, thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. The Gulf says, I tried to use the email link on your YouTube page, but it just behaves like a broken link. I believe you have to copy and paste it into your whatever email client you're using and then send it. It should go through. That's a catch-all. I have a catch-all link set up there. Again, it's just like Nemico at indb.co. And I should get it. If it fails to send, or if you get like a notification that it failed to go through the system, let me know. Send me a message, because that means I need to fix that. I just set that up recently. It's actually temporary. I'm going to be, again, doing some changes here in the coming weeks to some of my other infrastructure, and hope to have a more permanent email setup. Doompie says Skywhacker. Yep, you can hear it. Bubba says, boy, this cluster is a mess. Okay, last one, LOL. I think we're going to be hearing a lot about that over the next couple streams. LD49 says, like we said last night, one tanker can support up to 12 planes. So if we have 7 tankers up, in essence, that's 84 planes we don't see. Exactly. Yeah, Kipcast, I'll have to look into that. Again, as I said, I'm looking to diversify. Restream, not a big fan of Restream. Again, currently limited to just the 2 channels unless you like pay for a paid plan. But you don't really need a service like Restream because if you have the infrastructure, you can multi-stream. You could set up a multi-streaming server. So that's what I'm looking to do here, is just set up my own multi-streaming server. So I don't have to pay a fee, and I can, in theory, stream to as many platforms as I want. And so that's what I'm going to work on. Get that up running soon. I've had some people say I should, stream to TikTok, Facebook, all these different platforms. And I might very well do that and then just try to funnel people back to like things like YouTube and Twitch, which, again, are more consistent platforms. Tajario, replying to Philip Mason, says, pretty sure Iran is threatening to close the strait and shooting rockets, but they probably have limited ability to actually block traffic. We'll see. Right now we're in a weird situation where, like, they have hit a few vessels, but the strait isn't, like, physically closed. Like, in the past, when we talked about closing the Strait of Hormuz, it was like this idea of, you know, oh, they're gonna mine the strait. They're gonna put down, you know, like sea mines. They're gonna mine the strait, right? And they're gonna, like, you know, put boats out there and, you know, launch missiles and all this stuff. The strait right now isn't physically closed. It's metaphorically closed. It's closed out of fear, right? That's why it's closed at the moment. Like, it's closed out, like, on the basis of fear, right? Or more accurately, it's closed because of insurance. You know what I mean? No insurance companies, none of these insurance companies are willing to insure those boats passing through because it's too much of a risk. So, and again, that's directly correlated to fear. So, it's not a physical closing of the strait. It's like a metaphorical closing of the strait, so to speak. Sean D. Richmond says, this used to make me so uneasy. Firefights started just after morning prayer. And we've noticed that a couple times. There's been strikes that have come after morning prayer on these streams. Wonderlust says, I wonder what that one above Syria is, the broken transponder. It's circling. I'll take a look real quick. This one here, yeah. Yeah, I was looking at this earlier. Yeah, not sure. Again, there's no data on that one. Scotty knows, says Nemico, do you think all this Iran stuff had anything to do with distracting from the Epstein files? That's like, you know, again, that's a pretty big topic on everybody's minds right now. And there is some correlation there. One thing I have found interesting, just looking at some of the data and reports that have come out over the past week is, and again, I'm not huge into going into down the Epstein files rabbit hole, right? Like, you know, I don't cover that sort of stuff very often. Again, I'm more into like conflicts and geopolitics, not so much, you know, domestic politics and, you know, crime politics like that, so to speak. So I haven't really dived down that rabbit hole, at least on in this content, really. But what's interesting over the past week is the DOJ, during this whole crisis, the DOJ has been silently, like, deleting parts of the Epstein files that they had released in recent weeks. Over the past, you know, like, month or two, they released all those files. And a lot of them are getting silently removed and deleted from those government websites, from those releases, right? And it's interesting that it's coming at a time when we have this crisis. A lot of people like to make a connection there, and there possibly may be a connection there. But again, I feel I don't know enough, again, to try to, you know, make any factual connections here on stream with you guys. Yeah, Kip, I'll check that out. I'll check that out at some point. Again, I'm working on my own platform for doing that exact thing, but yeah, I'll take a look at the whole possibility of Rumble here in the future. Yeah, as I said, it's about insurance. The strait's about insurance right now. That's like kind of the big... That's the big ticket item, keeping ships from transiting the strait. Yeah, and Trump has said he's going to insure them. However, that has not fully gone through yet. And no doubt that they would most likely also need naval escorts. Random Krieger says it's a Bayraktar. That explains it. That explains it. Yeah, and it's right there, kind of over Turkey/Syria. Yeah, what's going on with shipping? I really liked his video that he did on the situation. Yeah, he does some pretty good content. I like his analysis. Blue Sky says, according to France 24, more than 1,100 vessels have been hit by GPS interference since the start of the conflict in the Strait of Hormuz. I actually have a map, again, under rPanel. One of the features is it shows like detected GPS interference and jamming, and that whole portion of the Middle East has lit up like a Christmas tree, especially in and near and around Iran. Philip said that's one of the Stroud takers is doing circles over Jerusalem. Oh, yes, it's fallen into a holding pattern here. Possibly standing by for maybe a fighter escort or something. Again, we don't see those on the radar. Wanderlust says probably refueling Israeli jets and drones. That could be it. That could be it. Roger Rand says, Telegraph reporting Iran chose Sun as next Supreme Leader. Yep, I reported on that earlier today. We've known that for quite a while here now. It's funny that it's just now getting out to some of the more mainstream news publications. Yeah, a lot of tankers up in the air right now. A lot of those KC-135s and KC-46As are up in the air above the region at the moment. Giovanni asks, what time is it there? It is currently 4:28 a.m. in Iran, 5:58 in Beirut and Israel. Wonderless says, I'd like to see if North Korea is going to really get involved or if they're just feeling left out. Probably just feeling left out. Knowing North Korea. Jared says explosions in the vicinity of Erbil International Airport. Yep. Again, I showed you guys those videos just a short while ago. There's definitely some fighting going on there at Erbil. Pretty big fire happening here in Iraq. This is Tehran here. Pretty sizable fire happening there in Iran. In Tehran. And again, this is oil storage depot here. Pretty heavy fires detected here as well. Krieger says, Nemico Network, an Airbus A400M Atlas just appeared above that Beirut tower in the busted transponder. And we got NATO 009. Or sorry, NATO 09 over here as well, simultaneously. And a random civilian flight. Yeah, interesting. Some activity happening here. Damn, crude oil. $119 a barrel. $119 a barrel. That is insane. It has been pretty high recently. Boy, it fluctuates quite a lot, though. $118 is pretty high, though. Saudi Arabia tells Iran it would be the biggest loser if it continues to attack Arab states. Oh. You heard a small explosion there. Most of that morning prayer noise is coming from the Jerusalem cam. I'll tone that back down a little bit. LD429 with the call sign. Let me check it. Mossad. Unknown aircraft type. Yeah, interesting. Keep tabs on that one. This is our Saab. Oh, Gulfstream. Yeah, keep tabs on this one. This one looking hella suspicious. Yeah, first time since June 2022 that oil's been this high. Yeah, so, I mean, it looks like we're starting to see some impacts on markets here this evening. And, of course, we got the agenda-free screenshot in there. It's not a full news cycle without a screenshot from Agenda Free TV hitting the Nemico OSINT X feed here. Bubba says the highest crude oil prices ever was in 2008. Yeah, it was 2008. That was when we had the run on the gas. We had the run on the gas stations. 147 a barrel it was back then. The state of Qatar strongly condemns the Iranian attack that targeted a residential facility in Al-Kharj, Saudi Arabia. Resulted in the death of 2 civilians and the injuries to others, according to a Ministry of Foreign Affairs statement that was published just a short while ago. Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense announced that they were tracked and intercepted 2 drones that were heading towards the Shaiba oil field. That was just a short while ago as well. Yep, 1 minute ago, crude oil even higher. He's just OSINT Technical's just posting. Yeah, it's funny because it is it just keeps going up and up. That audio's coming out of Tel Aviv. Just a truck on the road below. Yeah, is it me or does Tel Aviv look darker than it has been? Are there less lights on here or something, or is this just the camera exposure maybe? Looks a little darker. All right, so we actually passed how many votes I wanted for that that poll. I was aiming for 600. We got 676, so that's good. Go ahead and end that now. So the question for tonight's poll was, do you think the possibility of U.S. boots on the ground in Iran has grown? 69% said yes. 31% has said no. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, the amount of vessel traffic in this area of the world is insane. Like right here, the density right here. An Iranian fishnet. Interesting. More fishing vessels. Yeah, look at the density here. Or look at the density here. Jesus. Yeah, the vessels in this area here are so dense that their icons on the screen are literally stacking on top of each other. Idon says, would they be able to use smaller tankers to move some oil in smaller batches quickly? I mean, In theory, maybe, but transferring the oil between those, I mean, it would take time, and I mean, they run just as much of a risk of, you know, being attacked in theory. But again, it's about the insurance. That's like the real problem here. That's the real issue is, you know, just the insurance. Got a dredger there. LNG tanker. Another bulk carrier. A landing craft. Hey, is it me or does it look like they're trying to draw something here? Is it me or am I... Is my small brain connecting some dots here? Are they trying to draw something? I feel like I'm hearing... I feel like I was hearing some jet noises above Beirut. Bubba asks, what the hell was that in the live cam? What'd you see? LD429 says, says that Mased aircraft just turned their transponders off. So he said lights are going out, yeah. I feel like I just heard a jet above Beirut as well. Bubba says, looked like a rocket going up when you were checking out the ship feed. I didn't notice it. If somebody got to clip, somebody could clip it. Here's a video that was posted over in our Situation Room by Wes. 3:30 a.m. Tehran. Iranians react to new supreme leader. Send this to Trump.
I'm here live from the streets of Tehran. Hi everyone. I'm here live from the streets of Tehran. It's 3 a.m. right now, and people have just heard of the news of the new supreme leader being elected. And I'm just going to show you the views from the streets of Tehran. Make sure to send this to Trump and his dirty, filthy media. So this is just a normal random street from Tehran. I'm not making this up. It's 8th March, 3 a.m. in the morning. People are out here, and you can look at the crowd here, absolute massive crowd. Trump said that Iranians want to come out against the regime, and you see the protesters of the regime and all of these regime propagandists who have come out at 3 a.m. in the morning celebrating the election of Ayatollah Mustafa Khamenei as their supreme leader. We see it's not like all of these are religious people. Western media would tell you these are religious people. Just look at these modern women who are standing here. They're not religious people. They're just random normal people. And make sure to send this to all of this dirty Western media that is showing you absolute bullshit day and night. And people like us get labeled as regime propagandists. And I don't know what to say. I haven't forced these people to come out. You've just come out and so Trump, you wanted Mustafa Khamenei not to be elected, but Iranians have responded and instead they've elected him.
Very interesting stuff. Yeah, again, there's definitely two sides here. There are quite a few people, obviously, that still support the regime, and there's quite a few people that obviously don't support the regime. It says here, massive Iranian strikes reportedly hit Israel's power plants, energy facilities, and oil refineries. The heart of the occupation is losing power. Fire spreading to oil. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen anything else about this so far, and as you can see, our Tel Aviv cam, still plenty of lights, but this comes right as I did mention that it did look a little dark tonight. Not sure if that's related or not, but nonetheless, very interesting. This was in Doha earlier. Lead Farmer says, it looked dark last night. Also, have you done a loop check? Yes. I loop check most of these cams pretty often. Also, whenever we get alerts here, it perfectly correlates to sirens going off on the cameras. And also, this is Associated Press. I mean, they're not going to broadcast a fake loop cam. We know that they're on the ground there in Tel Aviv. I got another video here. More of our favorite subject here. Ram Krieger says, Nemico, just to let you know, there's no civilian aircraft over Beirut, so we may be hearing military aircraft of some kind, possibly seeking out targets. Were you here earlier when I mentioned that I've noticed over the past, like, 12 to 14 hours, maybe a little longer than that, that all of the civilian aircraft coming into Beirut International have been turning off their transponders as they get close to Lebanese airspace. Like, you'll see them, like, out here, for instance. You'll see them come in, and they'll turn off their transponders somewhere in this area before they come into Beirut International. So, I mean, there could be one in theory, and we just wouldn't see it on flight radar. But you could be right. We could be hearing military aircraft in the skies here. See that posted? That was posted by Miss Tiger Eye in the Discord there. Yeah, this is the activity of oil prices right now. We have gone down a little bit, back down to 114. The high of 118.70. Again, just looking through some other updates here that came through. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to step away for just a little bit here. I'm going to leave you with the Beirut skyline. Keep an eye on it for me. Keep an eye on the aircraft situation as well. I've got to make a few calls here and get a few things figured out. But again, I'm not going too far. You guys can continue the cluster munitions debate in the live chat there. Again, give me a little bit here, guys. All right. I am back. And with that, it is dawn here in the Middle East. Currently 7:04 in Iran, 5:34 a.m. in Israel. Got to update some of these secondary feeds here. Including this one, which seems to not want to update. There we go. Oh, that one is down. The sun is rising here above the Middle East this morning. Akamp says, hey brother, you see they thwarted 3 IEDs in New York. One explosive had TATP, aka Mother of Satan, in it. I did see that there were some bomb threats there in New York. I hadn't looked into the details though as of yet. Price is still above $112 a barrel of fuel here crude oil. We're sitting around $114.54 at the moment. A few minutes ago, I was looking through some of the crazy AI fakes and propaganda that are going around on X, and I mean it's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Israeli/American strike aircraft leveled Iran's Isfahan optics plant early this morning here. There's an image on screen of that. And some geolocation data as well showing where that occurred. But yeah, they obliterated that optics plant there in, again, in Isfahan. And we do have an update. Again, this came 24 minutes ago. At least 32 people were injured in that strike in Bahrain, south of Manama, following an alleged Iranian drone attack. Again, local authorities are saying. Originally, I thought those numbers were pretty high. Again, that is coming from those Bahrain officials. Miss Tiger, I posted this video from Telegram. This is of those strikes in Isfahan. Again, there's a image and video of those strikes that occurred in Isfahan there. And again, I just showed you some of the more, the later images there. Again, of that rubble. Still on fire, still smoking there. Yeah, I was looking at some of the, just some of the crazy misinformation and some of the like AI generated videos and stuff that are going right now. They're just like going viral in some places, and just how crazy it is, how rampant it is right now across X is absolutely unbelievable. Epi asks, aren't bomb threats in New York City a multiple times daily occurrence? I'm sure they do happen quite often. However, this was a little bigger than normal, I think. Yeah, I'm working on that video about the AI fakes, the AI fake video, the fake Iran video problem, and again, just about other general propaganda and misinformation. Again, I hope to have that up in the next day or two here. Probably have it up by Tuesday or Wednesday, most likely, but... yeah, that's why we curate our X feed. For the most part. We do pull in some posts, like from sources like OSINT Technical, Sentinel, stuff like that. But we even go through those and... you know, kind of double and triple check stuff. Our last alert was 2 hours ago here in Israel. Amp says, how come you don't cover the Ukraine war at all anymore? I do. I still do. I just haven't had a chance to make a video about it yet, because again, we're focusing on Iran so much right now. But I am still tracking the Ukraine conflict. Again, I just updated all some channels for that over in the Discord. I have a couple videos in the works for Ukraine, because again, that is still a very large ongoing situation. And yeah, I am still covering that. I do plan to be uploading some videos for that here shortly. Noah Pop says, hey, didn't pay attention in a while. Were those Tel Aviv missile attacks fake? There was some missiles that were shot in the direction of Tel Aviv. But again, there's a lot of videos going around right now of, like, you know, all these strikes in Tel Aviv. You know, that all these missiles got through and that the power's knocked out and all this stuff. And I can tell you right now, that is most definitely misinformation. We just heard a boom there on camera. Yeah, Akamp. So again, usually, you know, this is what we've done in the past with Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, and a few other conflicts that have broken out. Is, you know, during the initial days, again, we tend to focus on, you know, continued coverage where we stream multiple days in a row. You know, while the situation is, you know, super hot, and then again, as things, you know, start to turn into like a war of attrition, like what happened in Ukraine, we kind of go into more of a slower paced schedule, focusing more on like deeper analysis and stuff like that. With Ukraine, again, I know it's been a while since we've had some updates on that. But again, I have at the moment 2 videos that I'm working on. One is kind of like the 4th anniversary video of Ukraine, and it's kind of going over some of the stuff we did here on the channel. Some clips that we're going through from those streams that we did years ago. Just kind of like a rundown of everything we did around that time. And the other one is kind of like a general update of where the war is at now, and kind of going into some deeper analysis on, you know, some of the different things that are happening over there in Ukraine, where the war is headed, you know, where some possibilities in the next few months here. And then I have plans, again, I'm not working on them yet, but I have some plans over the next month or 2 here to do some individual deep dives on certain topics in and around Ukraine, possibly even scheduling maybe like a twice a month or possibly even a weekly Ukraine update video, possibly tying that into the streams eventually too, as both of these wars kind of start to, you know, go and settle into like a war of attrition, which again, we hope that is not the case here in Iran and the Middle East, but you never know, that might be a possibility, you know, that again, we kind of see this turn into a prolonged conflict. But yeah, I do want to tie in Ukraine both into the streams and possibly into the videos going forward as well, as much as I possibly can. William Russell says stock market may crash or close. Nikkei Japan index shut down after 7% loss. I actually was just reading about that a few minutes ago. Yeah, and as Urkel says, there's still loads of ongoing content in the Discord related to Ukraine. Jared says sirens sounding in Bahrain at the moment. Yeah, I actually have 2 pretty urgent videos I'm trying to get out to everybody within the next couple days here. Trying to get one finished editing so I can get that uploaded. I would like to get both uploaded by or before, preferably before Wednesday. But again, just trying to find the time to do that. I also have a pretty busy week ahead of me here. In between doing this and some other stuff that I got going on here with work. So I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to balance that. So again, streams might be a little bit more sporadic this week. I'm still going to try to, again, hit it every day. I'm not sure if we'll be able to do like the 10-hour streams every day, though, at least for this week. But I'm going to try my best to, again, kind of find some kind of balance there. And then at some point within the next 2 to 3 weeks here, there's going to be like a period, possibly a couple days, possibly upwards of maybe 5 days where we're going to be, we may be, again, I don't know how it's going to go right now, but we might be in blackout mode here on the channel. Again, we might be in like kind of a content dry spell for like a couple days, possibly even upwards of 5 days, because I have a pretty big movement coming up here pretty quick.
Alarm.
Alarms coming
Kiryat
in here.
Shmona. Margaliot.
We have some alarms coming here in northern Israeli border. Confrontation line alerts. But yeah, I'll try to keep everybody as posted as I possibly can, let you guys know what's going on. But for the time being, again, we're still on this daily stream schedule. Tomorrow's probably going to be later in the day. I got a lot of stuff going on in the morning and over the course of the day. And will probably be a shorter stream tomorrow evening. Again, it depends on what we got going on, but yeah, again, more alerts coming in there a second ago out of Ukraine. So yeah, my goal is to, when I'm not giving these reports, try to get the cam streams and try to keep those cam streams and OSINT streams up running for you guys. I have to do a few modifications to the OSINT stream. I started working on that earlier today, and I got to finish that off before I get that back up. But I'd like to just have those running 24/7 now, as much as I possibly can. I know the... Oh, we're definitely hearing some explosions there. Oh yeah, roof knocks possibly. Some roof knocks possibly there in Beirut. Hard to tell. Oh yeah, yep, here we go. So there was some strikes there in Beirut. That sounded like 2. I'm going to up that count to 5. I believe that was 2. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. 1 second. All right, sorry about that. Sorry about the audio there. Yeah, I put the counter up by 2. Again, that was 2 separate blasts. Not sure if they were roof knocks or if those were full strikes. I did hear a jet. Yeah, pretty smoky for roof knocks. Yeah, and as Ack Amp says, they don't do roof knocks every time, that's for sure. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be ending off my commentary here for the evening. Again, I got a lot going on here. I'm trying to get some stuff finished off, get caught up on a few things. And then I got a pretty busy day in the morning. Again, it's about 11 o'clock here, 11 p.m. Here in the States. We've been streaming now for about 8 hours. Again, I think it's a good spot for me to at least end off the commentary here. I know we got at least through all of our reporting for this evening, kind of getting everybody updated. I am going to leave this stream going. Again, since we got some stuff going on here in Beirut, I'm going to leave this stream going. And in the background, I'm going to be working on getting the cam streams and the OSINT streams back up and running. And I'm going to, again, I've been working on those this week, trying to flush out a few problems. And I'm going to try to get those running and just keep them running 24/7. I was wanting to Originally, I was wanting to end those every 12 hours so that they would be archived. However, a lot of people have requested that they wanted those just to be up 24/7. And I very well may be able to do that, just to keep those up 24/7. However, I won't see that's the problem, is restreaming them. So if I restream them to Twitch and YouTube, I have to take them down when I go live with these, because I definitely want these to be live on Twitch. So I've been trying to figure out what I'm going to do for that. I might keep the cam stream up 24/7, or possibly the OSINT stream up 24/7, and then the other one I'll keep up and only take down when I go live with these reports. But either way, I'm digressing. I digress. I'm rambling here. But either way, I'm going to get them up here this evening. I'm going to work on them right now, and they'll probably be up within the next hour or so here. Maybe a little bit later than that. You should at least see notifications go out for them. One of them will be live on YouTube and Twitch. The other will just be live on YouTube. Yeah, I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I could do here. We'll see if we can get those all up and running. I also have the Ukraine ones. Again, I had taken those down to do some work on them as well. I might be also putting those back up as well, just for those that possibly want to tune into that. Again, we have a cam stream for Ukraine and an OSINT stream for Ukraine as well. I also have a China-Taiwan monitor stream as well in the works. I figured it'd be a good time to start getting that going. But again, I'll get the Iran OSINT monitor stream and the cam stream up here shortly. In the meantime, I'm gonna leave this live, so you guys can keep an eye on the Beirut skyline and continue to talk in the live chat here. Epi, hope you're doing okay, man. Appreciate you tuning in. Hope you're hanging in there. Hope you're having a good old merry time. Galantech, good to see you tonight. Ac Amps, good to see you. Again, don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow. Again, probably a little later tomorrow in the evening. I'll post in the Discord as usual. I don't have a set time like I did today, but it will be, again, most likely later in the evening Central Time. Again, I'll keep you guys posted in the Discord, and possibly we'll put up a post on the YouTube channel as well when I get a time slotted in. But LD429, good to see you. Roger Rance, good to see you. He says, good night, Nemico. Bedtime for me, too. Urkel, good to see you. Bubba, good to see you. William Russell, good to see you. For all the mods, Miss Tiger Eye, Too Tall, Digit, Online Link. Not sure if I missed any of you guys, but again, to the mods, thank you so much for doing what you do. We're going to continue to, again, improve and, again, develop our community that we got going on here. Skies, thank you so much for, again, hanging out with us and running clips for me this evening. Krieger, if you're still there, thank you for keeping an eye on the skies for us today. Again, we'll be back tomorrow. If anybody that is watching hasn't already joined the Discord, there's a link in the description below. Highly recommend you go over there and join it. Again, we're doing some updates to it right now. I just did a whole bunch of changes to it yesterday. They've been in the works for a while, and we finally got around to implementing those. And there's a few more that are in the works here. I'll be putting a post up on the Discord about that, probably on the YouTube channel as well, actually, about that. As soon as those changes are finished off, and I can kind of put together a post outlining all that we've done over there. So there's also a link in the description to our X feed. Highly recommend if you want to keep up to date on what's going on in Iran, you go and follow our X feed. That's x.com/Nemico Network. If you haven't already, give this stream a thumbs up. Give it a like. Also, when the OSINT and cam streams come up, if you guys go to watch those, give those a like as well. If you're not already subscribed, make sure you're subscribed, and make sure you follow us over on Twitch as well, so you never miss a stream or a video when we go live. I think that about sums up. Sums it up there, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Discord is definitely the best way to find out when I'm going live and to get notified. If YouTube's giving you a problem with notifications here on YouTube, Discord, by far, best place to find out when I'm going live. And we'll be doing a lot more with the Discord and the community here in the coming weeks and months. Again, I've been working on planning some different stuff out, so can't wait to be able to bring some of that stuff to you guys. Again, right now, lately, just the main focus has been these reports and trying to get more video content out to you guys and improve that video content and try new things, improve the quality of the content that I'm bringing you guys. That's like my main priority. That and just, again, right now, the priority is bringing you all the news coming out of Iran, looking for new ways that I can, again, keep you guys informed on what's happening there on the ground in a way that's unbiased and without agenda, as much as humanly possible. So again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for stopping by this evening for our ongoing coverage in the Middle East. Again, this was for March 8th, 2026. I'll be leaving this stream going for a little while here. After the stream has ended, you'll be able to find it over on the YouTube channel as a archived stream if you want to go back and watch it. And then, of course, we'll be putting up the cam streams and the OSINT streams right after. And they will most of them will most likely be staying up 24/7, I believe, from here on out. With the exception of whichever one I decide to restream over to Twitch. That one will be taken offline during these reports and then put back up. Unless I could figure out another system. I know I told you earlier I'm working on a separate restreaming system, a separate multi-streaming system that I'm going to be self-hosting myself. And I might have a solution for that. We do actually have 2 Twitch channels. Originally, when Ukraine started, we were streaming on twitch.tv/NemicoTV. And then I also have, of course, twitch.tv/Nemico Network. I've been thinking about possibly live streaming to that other secondary Twitch account as well. And then we wouldn't need to worry about taking this one down. I'll figure it out. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you so much for stopping by tonight. Again, I appreciate all of you guys tuning in. Appreciate all the support to everybody that subscribed this evening, followed us. To everybody that subscribed on Twitch, to all the super chats that came through tonight. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate the support. Again, it's what's going to allow us to continue doing this content and making it better for you every day. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, until next time, you are watching Nemico Network.
you always somehow miss. The 280 was when you were with us, or okay, so no. Yeah, I mean, I like this camera. It's not bad equipment, I would say. The 200. I have. It's crazy, man. Okay, so call again. We talk, say hello to Tina and say hi to Dalia and Rosie. Really nice talking to you, baby.